Yeah. So as soon as you're live, tell me so I can shut down the radio.
This is Chris Thury. I'm the director at the Yankton Senior Center. Whether we need to have the air or heat service.
Hi, I'm Farron Pratt, president of... Welcome to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank of Vermillion, live on ESPN 101.5 and AM 1570 and Vermillion Streaming. This broadcast is made possible by the following Yankton Sportscaster Club members, including
State Farm Insurance Agent Dick Sunday, Vermillion Auto Works, Murph's Appliance, Knudsen Family Dentistry, Intech, Pump and Pack, Dakota Realty, Masaba, First Dakota National Bank, Vermillion Vision Care, Todd's Electric, Larry's Heating and Cooling, Vermillion Medical Clinic, Slumberland, Candy's Couture, Clay County Abstract and Title Company, Blaine's Body Shop, Kalen's Indoor Comfort, JFI, Pizza Ranch, Fuller Digital Solutions, Yankton Thrive, Runnings, Thermobond, The Lumberyard, Dairy Queen Vermillion, Midwest Ready Mix, Clark's Rentals, and Dave's Roofing.
It's time now for the Carlson's Body Shop pregame show with the voice of Vermillion Tanagers, Michael Schumacher.
Welcome to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM KVTK, and Vermillion streaming on YouTube. We are live from the new Brian Kern Family Stadium on the campus of Dakota State. This is a beautiful facility. We are up in the press box looking at the Brian Kern Family Stadium suites over there. Somebody's living large, getting to do that, but we have a great pregame show to bring you, and that will include some Tanager talks with Landon Cerny and Connor Peterson, as well as coaches' interviews with Joe Bundy and Coach Tom O'Boyle. Well, I tell you what, first thing we'll do, let's go over the polls. Most recent South Dakota Prep Media poll for this week, and we'll start with Class 11 AAA and Class 11 AA. In 11 AAA, they're starting to separate out just a little bit. In 11 AAA, Harrisburg with 17 first-place votes at 3-0 stays in first. Lincoln with 7 first-place votes at 3-0 stays in second. Brandon Valley at 3-0 stays in third, with Sioux Falls Jefferson staying in fourth at 3-0, and O'Gorman in fifth at 0-3. Now, this week we did get some receiving votes as Roosevelt and Washington both received votes. I think some people have trouble voting for an O'Gorman team that's 0-3, except they've lost to the top 3 teams in the state. So they've lost to the teams that they're supposed to, unfortunately. In 11 AA, Watertown on top with 22 first-place votes. They did not receive all of them. They did defeat Pierre last week, defeated Yankton last week, the week before, so they defeated number 2 and number 4. They are 2-1 on the season after having lost to a AAA team to start off the season. Pierre fell from first to second with 1 first-place vote at 2-1. Spearfish at 3-0 stays in third with 1 first-place vote. Some West River voters probably thinking Spearfish. They've got a lot of speed. I just don't know if they have enough horses to keep up with everybody, but we'll see. We'll see. They did defeat T-Area, so I mean they are riding high on that. Yankton stays in fourth at 2-1. And then Brookings in fifth at 3-0. Yankton has a heck of a matchup tonight against Harrisburg, and we will take a look around the state later in this pregame. But right now, just looking at the South Dakota Prep Media poll, also receiving votes, it's T-Area with 14 points. In Class 11A, so now we move on to 11A and 11B. Sioux Falls, last week we had a tie for first between Canton and Sioux Falls Christian. Well, this week we have Sioux Falls Christian and Canton. Sioux Falls Christian with 16 first-place votes. They now hold the first slot all by themselves. Canton in second with 8 first-place votes. Lennox stays in third at 2-1. Dakota Valley stays in fourth at 2-1. And Del Rapids stays in fifth at 2-1. Also receiving votes in 11A is Tri-Valley with 12 points. All right, now let's take a look at 11B. And this one really seems like a few of the top ones are separating. There are no teams receiving votes in 11B. They're all in the top 5. That's it. So just varying levels of where you put whom. But winner on top with 23 first-place votes stays in first. With the loss to winner, Elk Point Jefferson falls from second to third at 2-1. Moving up from third to second is Sioux Valley with 1 first-place vote. And then Woonsocket, Wessington Springs, Sanborn Central stays in fourth at 3-0. Mount Vernon Plankinton stays in fifth at 3-1. And again, no other teams receiving votes in Class 11B. So that's our look at 11-man football. Let's take a look at the 9-man ranks. Next up, Class 9 AA, where again, not a ton of teams also receiving votes. There seems to be this separation. But in first, defending state champ Parkston with 20 first-place votes stays in first. Hamlin stays in second with 4 first-place votes. Both teams are 4-0. Elkton Lake Benton stays in third at 4-0. They have defeated a number of ranked teams, including number 4, Viborg Hurley, and they defeated them pretty soundly. So people might be sleeping on Elkton Lake Benton just a little bit. But Viborg Hurley then comes in fourth at 3-1. They were fifth last week. And then my personal favorite, after receiving votes last week, now in fifth, Tripp Delmont Armor, Andes Central Dakota Christian. What did we say? Who's the most famous alum from Andes Central? That's right. One Linda Harvey, who graduated in 1969. Why is she famous? She became Linda Harvey Schumacher. She had me, so she has to be famous of some sort. If you can name me a more famous Lake Andes alum, we'll start talking about them. All right, also receiving votes in Class 9 AA, you had Hill City, Kimball White Lake, and Hanson. In 9A, receiving 21 of 24 first-place votes is Howard. Staying in second with 3 first-place votes is Wall, both teams at 4-0. Also 4-0, staying in third is Warner. In fourth at 3-0, Woolsey, Wessington. In fifth at 3-1 is Harding County, Bison. And receiving votes with 1 fifth-place vote, it's Alcester, Hudson. All right, let's take a look at Class 9B. And again, not a ton of people outside of the top 5, but we will talk about them. And so in Class 9B, receiving 23 of the 24 first-place votes, it's defending state champion with Isaiah Edwards, Avon at 4-0. Del Rapids St. Mary in second. They moved up from third. They're 4-0 on the season, received 1 first-place vote. Sully Buttes in third. They were moved up from fourth. They're at 3-0. Faulkton area falls from second to fourth at 2-1 on the season. Receiving votes, Canastota at 3-1, and then they're now in fifth. And then receiving votes this week, Corsica Stickney and Kadoka area. So that's our look around the state of South Dakota polls, the most recent South Dakota Prep Media polls. And so we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have a Tanager Talk with Landon Cerny shortly after we get back. We'll take a look around the state, and then we'll have that Tanager Talk with Landon Cerny after the 6 o'clock hour. We'll be right back. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, KVTK, Vermillion and Yankton, as well as Vermillion streaming on YouTube.
Hi, I'm Farron Pratt, president of First Dakota National Bank in Vermillion. It's just about game time, so grab some snacks, find your seat, and get ready to cheer on the Tanagers to a victory along with First Dakota. And after the game, when you've had a chance to catch your breath, come on down to First Dakota National Bank and chat with us about how we can win your business too. We've got a pretty impressive team, if I do say so myself. But for now, it's game time. Let's go Tanagers!
Pizza Ranch Vermillion is your event headquarters. Enjoy the crisp salad bar, the country's best chicken, and fresh pizza. Want a custom pizza? Just ask. We are proud to offer the buffet your way. And the Fun Zone Arcade features 36 games, 2 golf simulators, and full bar. Perfect for pregame tailgates and parties. Have a business meeting, team, or office party? Reserve the Dakota Center. It holds up to 300 people. Order online at pizzaranch.com for delivery, or circle your wagons and make Pizza Ranch your tailgate place next to USG. The Dairy Queen Grill and Chill in Vermillion is proud to support local athletics like USD and the Tanagers. The DQ fall flavors are in, and DQ has great food at great prices. Get a $7 meal deal. Choose from a cheeseburger or 3-piece chicken basket with fries, a drink, and a sundae for only $7. Got an office team party or birthday party? If you want to celebrate, don't bake, buy a DQ cake. And DQ supports the Sanford Children's Network. So after the game, take your team for a thrill to the Dairy Queen Grill and Chill, 905 East Cherry Street, Vermillion, South Dakota.
Truckers, commercial fleet, car owners, when you need a DOT inspection, you need a battery, oil change, diagnostic, or specialized tire service for farm, auto, and heavy equipment, JFI will get your vehicle repaired and washed and back on the road. JFI proudly supports Vermillion Tanagers, the community of Vermillion, in business for nearly 100 years for a reason. JFI is the best, and that's no lie. JFI 1218 Compton Court, Vermillion.
If you're considering a new roof, you want to put your roof in the hands of Dave's Roofing. Dave's Roofing specializes in residential roofing and has over 10 years of experience. Dave's Roofing covers any job from a 60 to 80 mile radius of Sioux City and has a 10-man crew that completes most jobs in one day. Dave's Roofing will make sure the cleanup job is done right afterwards too. And the products installed are impact rated and eligible for homeowners insurance discounts. Look up Dave's Roofing on Facebook and check out the work that's been done and customer testimonials.
Are you ready to start a career with an exciting team? Thermobond is looking to add to our team of experts. We offer competitive wages, a positive work environment, and on-the-job training. Thermobond is headquartered in Elk Point, South Dakota, and for over 30 years we've been providing lightweight and precast solutions for multiple industries nationwide. Check us out and see if you'd like to start a new career with us today.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, KVTK, Vermillion and Yankton, as well as Vermillion streaming on YouTube. I'm Michael Schumacher alongside Jen Ashley and Gage Ravelette as we are bringing you Tanager Football as they get ready to take on the Madison Bulldogs. Well, I tell you what, let's take a look around the state as far as games coming up. Now, if you'd like to be a sponsor of this look around the state, we do this at pregame, halftime, and postgame, and we'd be happy to make you a sponsor. So, since we don't have a sponsor currently, it's going to be the Pickstown Museum. We'd love for you to go to Pickstown and go to the Pickstown Museum. Not on the board, but I am going to be starting a Facebook page for them, so we'd love to see you. Well, let's start in 11 AAA action as Sioux Falls, Washington leads Rapid City Stevens 14-0 with 3 minutes to go in the second. Elsewhere, Yankton is going to be hosting number 1 in 11 AAA Harrisburg, so it's number 4 in 11 AA Yankton versus number 1 in 11 AAA Harrisburg. Rapid City Central versus number 5 O'Gorman. Both teams 0-3, but I believe they are different 0-3 type of teams. O'Gorman will probably win that. Rapid City Central, I do believe they will get 1, if not 2 victories this season. Coach Brandon Colpitz does have that team where he is building some culture there. All right, in Sioux Falls at Howard Wood Field, it's number 4 Sioux Falls Jefferson versus number 2 Sioux Falls Lincoln at 3-0. For both teams, that should be a great matchup. So those are all of the games for tonight. In AAA action tomorrow, it's Sioux Falls Roosevelt receiving votes at 1-2 versus number 3 and 3-0 Dakota Brandon Valley. So in 11 AA tonight, it's T-Area versus Douglas. That is at T-Area High School Stadium. In another great matchup, 3-0 Brookings is hosting number 2 and 2-1 Pierre. That's at Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium. And again, Yankton hosting Harrisburg. Huron at 0-3 versus 2-1 Sturgis Brown. I believe Sturgis will win that one. Aberdeen Central hosting number 3 Spearfish. That'll be my upset of the night. I think Aberdeen Central defeats Spearfish. I think the balloon pops a little bit. Spearfish is a good team. I just think Aberdeen Central at 0-3 is better, obviously, than their record states. And then Mitchell takes on number 1 Watertown at Watertown Football Stadium. Watertown is for real. They just have a lot of talent from last year, and they gained a lot of talent, so that will be a Watertown victory. In 11A, West Central hosting number 3 Lennox. Number 1 Sioux Falls Christian against number 2 Canton might be the matchup of the night throughout the state. And I'm going to bring in Gage Ravelette to mention, just to talk for a second, because he hasn't had a chance to yet, as he brings his microphone down. Gage, number 1 versus number 2, Sioux Falls Christian versus Canton. You know, you've played in games before, big games. What's going through for those players' minds right now?
Yeah, excitement, I guess.
Yeah, it's a big matchup. You know, they were tied for number 1 last week, and then Sioux Falls Christian defeated Del Rapids, and so I think it was Del Rapids that they defeated. And so Sioux Falls Christian now is alone in number 1. Canton defeated Vermillion last week, and Vermillion showed well against them. So that might have been what hurt them just a little bit, but that should be a great matchup. We'll keep you up to date. We'll get you score updates on at halftime and in the post game. And I do have a friend texting me that Nebraska Cornhuskers are on Fox at 7. I know, I'm missing my Huskers. Trust me, I know. They're playing Illinois. We'll get you a score update for that as well. Millbank taking on number 5 Del Rapids, both teams 2-1. That's at Millbank. I do think Del Rapids will come out on top. In another great matchup, number 4 Dakota Valley at 2-1 versus Receiving Boats Tri-Valley. That is at Dakota Valley High School. I believe Dakota Valley will win that one. Hot Springs hosting Lakota Tech. Madison again hosting Vermillion. That'll be the action coming up on Vermillion streaming and on ESPN radio as well. And then Rapid City Christian. You know, they started off strong, but they have yet to find a victory. Will that happen today as they host Chamberlain? I think it will. They are a good team. They've just faced a number of really tough squads. Rapid City Christian has faced number 2 Canton. They lost 16-20. Number 1 Sioux Falls Christian. They lost 41-22. And number 5 Del Rapids. They lost 40-24. So 0-3 on the season. But I think they get a victory tonight against Chamberlain. Lead Deadwood and Belle Fourche both winless. I am not sure who wins that one. Do you have any insights on Lead Deadwood and Belle Fourche?
No, I couldn't tell you anything about it.
I mean, you're kind of West River, but yeah, I don't know that that's a good game. But we'll see. We'll give you that score update later as well. In 11B, some nice matchups here. Hot Springs versus Lakota Tech, obviously. Sioux Valley, number 2 versus Sisseton. Baltic versus Elk Point Jefferson. Parker versus Clark Willow Lake. Number 1 Winner versus number 4 Woonsocket Wessington Springs Sanborn Central. I think that'll really tell us if Woonsocket Wessington Springs Sanborn Central is for real or not. They're 3-0 on the season. Winner defeated Elk Point Jefferson last week, so they have some wins under their belt. Meanwhile, the Blackhawks of Woonsocket Wessington Springs and Sanborn Central, they've defeated Webster Area, who's 1-3. They've defeated Lead Deadwood, who's 0-4. And they defeated Bridgewater Emory Ethan, who's 2-1. That's the one victory that you look at and say, okay, that's a pretty good victory. So we'll see. We'll see what they have here against Winner. Winner's always tough. It's hard to imagine how a town, not huge, but they can always churn out quality talent.
Yeah, and they have that one kid that's going to the D1 level in Nebraska, I think.
Yep.
So he's going to be a tough man to stop. I've seen him in person, and, man, he's huge.
Is he? Yeah. That's one of the battles that you have, and I think players want to play for Winner. It becomes a culture there. So they start when they're in 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade. It's not something that they just get to high school and decide they're going to play football. Then you have Groton area versus Dual. And Bridgewater Emory Ethan taking on Wagner. That should be a good matchup. That's in Bridgewater Emory High School. McCook Central Montrose versus Flandreau. Miller High Moore Herald versus Aberdeen Roncalli. And that'll be the wrap-up of 11B. In 9AA area action, Burke versus Scotland Menno. Alcester Hudson hosting Freeman Marion Freeman Academy. That should be a good matchup. Leola Frederick area hosting number 4 Faulkton area. That should be a really good matchup. Faulkton area is 2-1. Leola Frederick area not receiving votes, not in the polls, but they are 4-0. And it's hard to get to 4-0 and not be at least pretty good.
Yeah, and not receiving votes is kind of a question. Like, are they actually good? What do the media people not know about this team? Or maybe they just haven't got the coverage that they should be getting.
And I think that's what it is. You know, as media, we know our areas. Like, I know teams around here, and so I'm partial to a Gayville Vollen, to teams like that. I don't know Leola Frederick area, but like I said, you get to 4-0, you have to be somewhat okay. You know, we can see who they've played. They're 4-0, and they've defeated Redfield, who's 0-4. They beat Britton Hecla, who's 2-2. They beat them 36-30. They beat Stanley County, who's 1-3, but they beat them 40-8. And they beat North Central, who's 0-4, but they beat them 60-18. So while they're not playing great teams, they're beating them by significant margins. So I don't know which ones wins out. I think we'll know more tonight after the Faulkton area game.
Yes, for sure.
All right. So other action. It's number 2 Hamlin versus Florence Henry. Stanley County versus Gregory. Bon Home travels to Kimball White Lake. Had a chance to talk to Coach Tom Culver earlier this week on At the Mic that airs Monday through Friday, 7 to 9. And he has a good thing going. They started off 0-2. They are 2-2 since then, implementing a new offense. We'll see if they're able to make some hay against Kimball White Lake. And then receiving votes, Hill City hosting Faith. And number 3, Elkton Lake Benton hosting Great Plains Lutheran. In 9A action, it's Gayville Vollen versus Irene Wakanda. You can see that on Gayville Vollen High School, Gayville Vollen Raiders on YouTube. Del Rapids St. Mary, number 2 versus Centerville, who's 2-1. Alcester Hudson at 2-2 again versus Freeman Marion Freeman Academy. Number 3, Sully Buttes heads to Hoven to take on Potter County. And then Platte Geddes hosting number 4, Woolsey Wessington at 3-0. Number 5, Harding County Bison at 3-1, taking on Lemon McIntosh at 3-1. The Fightin' Shane Penfields, as I like to call them. And number 5, Canastota is hosting number 1, Howard. That should be a really good matchup. I think Canastota is really getting the ship righted there, but Howard is always a tough team.
Yeah, and they run that wing T or double back offense with the 2 wide receivers split out right off the ends, and it's awful to try to stop. It's brutal.
And they run it to perfection. So that's something to keep an eye on. And then Phillip versus Kadoka area, 2-1 versus 2-1. It's at Phillip. Who you got?
I'm gonna have to take Phillip. Kadoka runs the similar offense to Howard, and being only 30 minutes away from each other and playing each other every year, you kind of know what they're gonna run. And this team this year is a little weak for Phillip compared to last year or teams in the past, but I think we know enough, or they know enough, I guess, to be able to stop them.
You can say we. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, not anymore.
All right. And then in a final in 9B, number 1 Avon defeated Colombe 72-6. That was a game that Jay Elson earlier on Calling All Sports with Mark Ovenden said, you know, Colombe's pretty good. You know, it might be tough for Avon. Avon took it to him 72-6. And the player of the game was Pierce Jonkers for Avon. Coleman Egan versus Sioux Falls Lutheran. Coleman Egan is taking it to him 54-6. And then Gayville Vollen and Irene Wakanda. Again, other area games or games I have not mentioned. Looks like we have them all covered. So that is our look around the state. When we come back, we will talk to Landon Cerny on our Tanager Talk. This is your Vermillion Tanager pregame show on Vermillion streaming on YouTube and ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, KVTK, Vermillion, and Yankton.
Welcome to Runnings in Vermillion. Shop their great lineup of clothes for women. Names like Ariat and Carhartt for men. Boots and shoes and kids' clothing. Runnings has a large supply of animal food and accessories. Love the outdoors? See the selection of ammo, firearms, and fishing equipment. For everything you need, walk through the doors at Runnings, your home, farm, and outdoor store, Vermillion.
I'm Blaine Olson, owner of Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. I grew up here, graduated here, and now have a business here. I'm proud to serve the community that has helped me live this dream. I have top-notch equipment, the latest in training, along with a worth ethic and the desire to serve you. Should you need repairs in the future, please remember Blaine's Body Shop across from Polaris on the Highway 50 bypass in Vermillion.
Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Now online at blainesbodyshop.com.
Get the finest wood in the neighborhood. Down at the lumberyard. Down at the lumberyard.
But it's not just wood at the lumberyard. With a wide variety of quality building materials, the folks at the lumberyard can help you with all of your project needs. Whether it be paint, siding, cabinets, windows, or of course lumber, the lumberyard is ready to help. The best wood in the neighborhood at the lumberyard, 1000 West Cherry Street in Vermillion. Midwest Ready Mix and Clark's Rentals are your locally owned and operated ready mix and rental companies available in both Yankton and Vermillion. The Oshkosh front discharge mixers allow for easy placement of concrete and they're nearly unstoppable. More of a do-it-yourself fan? You can also get all your hand tools, mini excavators, skid steers, aerial lift equipment, and more for any job you need to get done. Choose Midwest Ready Mix and Clark's Rentals as your concrete and rental equipment headquarters of Yankton and Vermillion.
Try. No rest for cross-chops in my mind. On my own, here we go.
Welcome back to Tanager Talks with Landon Cerny. And that is Brain Stew by Green Day. That would be his walk-up music. So, Landon, how are you doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
I am doing great. Better than I deserve. I tell you what. For people that don't know you, maybe take a moment just to introduce yourself. Talk a little bit about your family, parents, siblings, close grandparents, anything like that.
Yeah, my name's Landon Cerny. My parents are Nick and Shauna Cerny, and I'm an only child. And my grandparents are Mike and Doris Cerny, and then Michael and Karen Dunlap.
All right, so an only child, kind of like me. You know, they just knew they had greatness, and they're like, yeah, we're done. So that
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I like to tell myself. So excellent. No, all right, that sounds great. Well, I tell you what, you are a senior at Vermillion High School. Let me ask you this. You know, I know you're only a few weeks into that senior year, but do you have post-graduation plans?
Yeah, I do. I'd like to attend college, most likely a 4-year for business, but I don't know if I would want to go for sports or not yet. I think it would just be like in the moment type of thing.
Okay. And studying business, what is it about business that appeals to you?
I don't know. I like to work with numbers. I like math. That's all fun. And money. I like to work with money too. And it just appeals to me, I guess. I don't know. I think I have a little knack for it.
All right. Well, and if it's something that you have a knack for and you find something you can enjoy, that sounds like a pretty decent career to me.
Yep.
So, entering your senior year, obviously, we know you're in football. I know you're in basketball. Do you do other sports? Do you do other activities throughout the school year?
I did track freshman, sophomore year, but this last spring I had knee surgery, so I didn't get to do track, but I think I'll go back out for it.
All right. Well, when you're in track, what events did you do?
I usually ran the 4x8 and the open 800 meter.
All right. Do you know your best time?
It's probably somewhere like 2:14, 2:15. I'm not too fast.
Well, no, I mean I'll be honest. For me, that's like a 100-meter dash. So no, that is. I would take that in a heartbeat. All right. Well, excellent. Now, if you had to pick one, because I know you like football, I know you like basketball, and you did track and stuff. If you had to pick one, if somebody said, you can only do one in the future, what would it be?
It'd have to be basketball. It was always my first love, and this sport there's nothing like it. And so I think if I had to choose one sport, it would for sure be basketball. You know, basketball's coming up. You guys made it to the state tournament last year. You know, some illness went through, so probably not the performance you guys wanted, but I'm sure that's something you guys are looking forward to. But, you know, right now we're in football, and you had a pretty good game last time out. Season's been pretty good, and, looks like kind of opening up the offense, throwing the ball a little bit more as a wide out. How does that make you feel? I love it. You know, I'm glad we're throwing the ball. I think it's our greatest strength. as a team, and I think it'll put a lot of more points on the board for us, which is good, and things that we couldn't have done in the past. Last year we didn't score the ball well. The first 2 games wasn't. You can't really count Lakota Tech, but Lennox we couldn't score. But putting up 31 against Canton's pretty impressive, and it hadn't been done before this year. So I think us throwing the ball is really good.
All right, and yeah, that game against Canton, just a few big plays here and there, and that's a different ball game. So unfortunately, it does go down as a loss, but I think there's a lot of positives to take out of that for the team.
Yep.
All right, well, we're going to talk about the rest of the season, but let's talk about just the beginning of this season. So, started off with Lennox, traveled out west to take on Lakota Tech, and then you had Canton. Both Lennox and Canton are in the top 5 in the prep media poll. So, they've been really good tests. How do you feel about the season to this point?
I think we could have done better in the Lennox game and then this Canton game. I think we all thought we should have won the Canton game. But we've taken away a lot of positives, and I think we're trying to find ourselves, and we're starting to, and find our team and what we can do to be successful in the future.
All right, well, excellent, and I think you're right. I've seen improvement in this team. I think I've seen improvement in the quarterback play. Just I think confidence and decision making, the offense and the wideouts, and even defensively. Canton is a really good team. And again, like I said, you take away some of those big plays, 9 times out of 10, you guys were holding them. You guys were stuffing them. Kane Wallner is going to USD for a reason. T. Graham in the state. So you guys did a nice job of holding them in check. And so I think a lot of positives to take away from that. Now, we're coming up against Madison, so we're going to talk about that here on the other side of this. But do you want to go through some icebreakers with me?
Yeah, sure.
All right. First one. People tend to have a quicker answer than I've been expecting. But what would be your final meal?
I think it'd be a bowl from Qdoba. Those got to be my favorite.
All right. Any particular kind?
Rice bowl. So it's like rice, meat, cheese, and then it's got this corn salsa on it. And then queso. Oh, so good.
So what kind of meat would you have? Would you have beef?
Chicken.
Chicken. All right. Excellent. Well, and it sounds good. I like Qdoba. My daughter, she's a bodybuilder, and so that's one of the go-to places for her when when she's eating out. There's she's like, I can go to a couple places, and that one has chicken and rice right in there. So Qdoba's great, and then Yankton Big River Burrito kind of has a similar thing. So awesome.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's kind of nice. So all right, well, we've got that one. Now, are you a music fan?
Yeah, I do love music.
All right. If you could see any 3 musical artists from throughout history, so living or dead, live in concert, who would you choose to see?
I think I'd choose Queen, the Beatles, and then to mix it up a little bit, Drake. I think it'd be those 3.
All right, so 2 old school and then Drake. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Now, what is it about the Beatles and Queen that draws you to them?
I don't know. I really love their music. Queen especially. I really love Queen. I listen to all their songs. I know a lot of them by heart.
Do you have a favorite?
I just like the style. Probably Somebody to Love. Somebody to Love is probably my favorite.
That's a good one. All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have so many great ones, and Freddie Mercury's voice, just takes great music and elevates it. And the Beatles were cutting edge, especially for their time, and here 50 years later, and it's still lasting. So no, I like that. And Drake, he's an icon of today. So no, I like those choices. All right, excellent. Now this next one's a time travel history question. You can travel back to any point in history and be guaranteed safe return one time. To when would you travel and why?
I think the 1980s. Just because one, the music back then was really good. And 2, I just would like to live how they lived for a little bit. No phones, people reconnected with nature and whatnot. I think it'd be cool to live in like the 1980s for a little bit. That'd be awesome.
I grew up in the 80s. I loved it. You know, it was a simpler time just going out and riding my bike. I grew up on a farm, and I think I'd ride that thing forever, you know. And then when I got older, we'd meet in town just to play basketball, you know.
Exactly.
No, it was awesome. So, nope, I think if I could go back to the 80s, I would too. So, no, that's the next. I know you're not going back to the 80s because you're never there, but it'd be revisiting my childhood. So, awesome. All right, now, if you went back to the 80s, would you want to go and see your parents and just to observe them?
They were like 4 years old then, so.
Oh, okay. Well, late 80s maybe, you know, that could be a late 80s.
Yeah. They were both born in 1984, so they'd still be pretty young. Yeah.
Wow. All right. Yeah, see, I'm just old as dirt. Ah, makes me sad. All right. Okay. That's our time travel. I like that one. Now, money's no object, but you can only buy one thing. What would it be?
So I can only buy one thing with my money? Interesting. I guess I'd have to go like food. Is that an answer?
But okay, so money's no object. So I mean, it can be as expensive as you want. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so I can just buy any. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay,
Yep.
I
So
see what you're saying.
We'll assume all of your basic needs are met.
Okay. If money's no object, I'd probably want to buy a house on a lake that came with a boat, though. It had to come with a boat.
All right. Do you like to fish or just?
After we beat Hot Springs in Kadoka, South Dakota, to go to the state championship, or not the state championship, well, the state tournament.
That was a pretty awesome game, wasn't it? I mean, came down to the wire. The
double overtime.
Oh yeah, I mean, double overtime, and yeah, you know, it just there were times where the game felt like it was lost. We're like, oh man, and somehow you guys, that game was one for the ages. That was amazing.
It would have to be that.
All right. Well, I don't think it gets much better than that. So awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Great answer. Now, this one can have multiple answers because sometimes people think of a celebrity or an athlete or a musician, but there's also those in your personal life. So who would be someone or some people that you hold up and say, if I can live my life like him or her, I'll consider myself a success. And that could be whatever you deem it to be, financial, career, or just in life. They got a great family, treat people with respect, and people like and respect them. Who might some of those people be for you?
This one's tough. I think I'm going to say my mom, though, just because of how she treats people and what she does for other people. And I would love to be as kind as she is. And, yeah, I think it'd be my mom.
All right. Well, excellent. Well, kindness goes a long way. You know, people remember that. So I think that's a great answer. All right. Well, I appreciate you handling my icebreakers. You know, I know they're a little off the wall sometimes, but you did well. Thank you very much for that. But
awesome.
Now we'll talk a little football. We're going to talk a little football. You guys are 3 games into the season, about a third of the way through. You guys, 1-2, but you have some really winnable games that, you know, if you guys play the way Coach O'Boyle knows you can play, the way you guys know you can play, is there really a limit to what you guys can achieve this year?
No, and I think that's the goal, is to, you know, we want to win as many games as possible, and we want to make it as far to what is that, September or November as possible, you know? Is that when the state tournament is? November?
Yep.
Yeah, we want to make it as far as possible.
personal benchmarks that you're like, go game to game?
For the most part, I think if the team's winning or if we're doing good, I could care less about, my stats and whatnot. But also at the same time, it's like my senior year, I want to go to the
Still I try.
Yep.
All right. One more question after.
Could make it this year. Different. The last 2 years, I would have said defense because that's what I played more. Because sophomore year, I was at safety the whole year, and then junior year, I was at safety, and then I went to the offensive side of the ball. But this year, I think I probably pride myself more on the offensive side, where defense is just like it's been normal to me. This is the first real time I've been a key part in the offense. So,
all right. Well, and I did have this question. I've wondered about it because, you've been a part of this team for a number of years. What's it like having Connor Rohrig as kind of a student assistant? He's kind of around, so somebody that you grew up playing with, just a year older, but also now kind of with the coaching group and playing, he played the position that you're playing. What's that like for you?
I think it's awesome because one, he's our friend. I played a lot of sports with Connor. Me and Connor are good buddies, but at the same time, he's my coach. So we've had to learn some respect to where we can't talk back to him or we have to listen to him if he tells us to do something. But it's nice to go and talk to him, maybe to give us some advice over some of the other coaches because he'll be a little nicer to us and he gives us the good stuff is what some of the coaches say. He says, we yell at you and Roe will give you the good stuff. That's what Coach Drake was saying this summer about basketball. But I think it's great. And Roe's going to be a good coach in the future and whatnot. And this is great for him, great experience. And it's great for us to recognize that he's a coach now and we have to respect that. So.
Well, good. Yeah, I was excited to hear he was going to be doing this because I know he wants to get into coaching, and this is a great way for him to be able to do that. And I'm excited for him, and I thought, that's kind of a unique experience for him to be coaching teammates just 12 months ago.
Yeah.
And it's a unique experience for you guys because normally coaches are, at least in their mid-20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, to have this young man who was with you guys last year wearing the uniform, it has to be that little different experience as well.
Yeah.
All right. Well, excellent. Well, I tell you what, before I let you go, anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Roll dang Tanagers, as Coach Boyle would say.
All right. Roll damn Tanagers. Hey, Landon, thanks so much for taking the time to talk with me today. I really appreciate it. Best of luck with the rest of the season. Best of luck with your senior year, and I'm sure we'll be touching base during basketball if that works for you.
Yep.
All right. You have yourself a great day, man.
You as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye. That was Vermillion Tanager senior Landon Cerny here on our Tanager Talk, brought to you by Dakota Realty. Dakota Realty, more than a fuel station, more than a convenience store. It is your one-stop travel shop. We'll be back with more after this.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
For over 40 years, your local heating and cooling contractor has been Larry's Heating and Cooling. How do we stay in business that long? Our customers know we stand behind our work. We offer top quality name brand equipment, and no one matches our pricing. When compared to the other local Lennox dealers based in Iowa, we are $2,000 less for the same equipment. Not a Larry's customer? Well, when you're ready to upgrade, trust Larry's. Honest pricing, no gimmicks, and reliable service. Larry's Heating and Cooling, Yankton and Vermillion.
Starting the First Bank in South Dakota was the easy part, earning the confidence of local farmers, helping families account for their dreams, and securing the future for countless businesses took us a little longer. We owe it to the hard workers, big dreamers, and forward thinkers out there. Thank you for making South Dakota a great place to call home.
If you want somebody to come into your home and fix everything right the first time, look professional, act professional, treat you with respect, you gotta call Kaylin's. When they come in, I feel that they want to be there. I feel that they want to help me.
You know, they put on the little booties over their shoes. They had canvas from the garage door all the way down to walk on. They left the furnace room in the basement probably cleaner than it was when they came in.
They just do customer service very well. I would recommend Kaylin's to anyone.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher, the voice of Tanager Athletics, alongside Gage Ravelette and Jen Ashley, as we get ready to bring you from the Dakota State University facilities of Brian Kern Family Stadium, Madison Bulldogs and the Vermillion Tanagers. Tanagers in white with red trim, red lettering and black trim, and Madison in their white pants with maroon uniforms, tops, and white lettering. Clean looking outfits out there. It's going to be a beautiful night. We have a wonderful Tanager talk. Last week, Connor Peterson set a new record for the Tanagers for receiving 15 receptions, 230 yards. Actually, he was targeted 15 times, came away with 15 receptions. Now, normally I would just go into the interview, but I wanted to just make a mention that, and I mentioned it during the interview, but kids get a lot of negative publicity, negative press a lot. Connor, you're going to hear him multiple times talk about Hayden Christopherson, talk about the other wideouts and how they make him better and they open it up for him. He was very good and very concerned about making sure other people were getting credit. And I want to make sure that you're aware of that as we head into this interview, because not every kid's going to do that, but a lot of these Midwestern kids do. And so I just wanted to make note of that it's my second opportunity to talk to Connor and second opportunity of being impressed. So with no further ado, here is our Tanager Talk with new record holder Connor Peterson. Welcome back to another Tanager Talk, and we have on the line now record holder Connor Peterson. Connor, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, Michael. How are you?
I am doing great. Cannot complain at all. I'm getting to talk high school football most of the day today, so there are worse things in the world. So, and I wanted to talk with you because you kind of had yourself a game on Friday against Canton, didn't you?
Yep.
Now,
it was a fun game.
Well, let me ask you this: during the game, because I'm not an athlete, so I didn't play. I was a great student manager, but I was never a player because, well, I sucked. So, when you're out there, did you know you were having a great game? I mean, could you feel that? Okay, I'm getting the ball thrown to me a number of times, and I'm catching every single one of them. Were you feeling that, or just in the midst of the game, that's not even something that's in your head?
Well, half of the game I kind of was like blanking out. I didn't really know what was going on. And then eventually after I started catching a few balls from Hayden, I mean, I started to get a feel of like, yeah, this is going to be a good game. But yeah, I somewhat blank out in some games. Sometimes I'm knowing what's going on.
Well, that's the whole thing. That's actually not a bad thing, because I think there are some players, and usually not at the high school level. I mean, I think there are probably some, but more once you get to college and the pro, where they're very cognizant of their stats and they want to reach a certain level, really regardless of team success. Your success was built within the team really moving the ball. I mean, against a quality defense like Canton, were you guys pleasantly surprised with how well you guys were able to move the ball?
Yeah, no, all the coaches were very pleased the way we played offense, but, I mean, it obviously would have been a better game if it was a win, but the line did their job. The receivers caught the ball, and Hayden played an amazing game. I mean, couldn't ask for a better show from Hayden, and just we executed perfectly the way we wanted to versus Canton. So, yeah.
Well, and as a wideout, how important is that connection to your quarterback? I mean, him kind of knowing what you're going to do, because you have a little freedom with how you run your route, with how you determine, based on the defense. As that connection grows, how important is that?
I feel like the connection between me and Hayden with other receivers is a big thing in this game. I mean, knowing that he has, four of us out there now, well, being able to catch the ball and having him to rely on us is a big part of what we do as a team, and I think that's a big part of our success coming up in the last few games of the season here.
Well, and you're right. You mentioned, because once they started focusing on you, Landon Cerny was able to get open. Traquan Thomas was able to get open. Nolan Nygren ended up with technically no catches, but a couple of pass interferences that ended up with 15 yards each time. It's a benefit and a blessing of riches out there, and it feels like defenses are really going to have to acknowledge that, which I think once they do, I think it's going to open up the run game, and you guys are getting some other players back, some other playmakers. What's the ceiling for this offense?
Well, I mean, now that we know that we can successfully throw the ball and have the line protect Hayden here, and having some receivers come back from injuries like Elijah, Laura, he's coming back this week. That's going to be huge for our offense. I mean, it's just another weapon for Hayden, and it's just a huge opportunity this week to go out and win a game now.
Well, it really is. And one stat that I read is every time you were targeted, you caught the ball. There were no drops. There were no misses. What kind of pride do you take in that stat as well?
Well, I think that stat shows that Hayden has someone that he can rely on. And, I mean, sometimes I'm not going to be that perfect. I mean, it was just that game. I mean, I'll show Hayden what to do. I showed Coach OB hopefully that Hayden can rely on me. And, even if I was getting guarded, we got other playmakers too. At 100 yards, Hayden spread the ball perfectly on this offense. It was just a beautiful game.
Really did. That offense was clicking on all cylinders, and honestly, against the top ranked team in the state in Class A, a bounce here and a big play there, and that's a completely different ball game. And so I think you guys have to have a lot of confidence coming out of that. And I think the sky is the limit for what this offense can do. And I just wanted to have a chance to talk with you. Have you had other people mention the record to you? And what does that feel like to hold? Because Vermillion has a storied history for football. What does it feel like to hold a record?
It's kind of I'm still kind of in the moment. Breaking Connor Saunders' record. Breaking another Connor's record is pretty cool. But, at the end of the day, you just got to go out and win another football game too. You can't have that in your head all the time. It just happens, and now it's done.
All right, I'm just going to tell you this, and I'm not blowing smoke here. You have hit all the right buttons on this one, because you have reflected and deflected so much credit and attention to your teammates that is exactly what a coach is going to want to hear, and that's exactly what other teammates are going to want to hear. I'm impressed. Connor, I know you're busy, and I won't take up too much more of your time, but I just want to say thank you so much for carving out some time to talk with me today. Really appreciate it. Congratulations on the record. I hope nothing but success for the rest of this season, and look forward to seeing what this offense can do in these final few games.
Yes, thank you very much, Michael, for interviewing me.
Hey, my pleasure. You have a great day, and we'll see you tonight.
Yep, you as well.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
That was Connor Peterson of the Vermillion Tanagers, the record holder for catches and yards, 15 catches, 230 yards in the game against Canton on Friday. And so we'll see what he can do here tonight against Madison as this Vermillion offense really gets going. And like he said, it's not just a one-man show. Hayden's distributing the ball. Connor's catching. Landon Cerny, Traquan Thomas, Nolan Nykren out there. You get the Lars out there. Sean Doan is a big target that could break open at any moment. Defenses have a lot to worry about. And then if Ryan Chapman's healthy, or Duke Job, or Micah Beal, this offense can click. And so if they're able to eliminate or decrease some of the big plays on defense, some of these Class A teams need to really be concerned. All right, we'll be back with more as we get ready to bring you Vermillion Tanagers football against the Madison Bulldogs here on Vermillion Streaming and ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, KVTK, Vermillion, and Yankton.
Fuller Digital Solutions started small, but now we're growing as FDS provides live streaming coverage for over 20 schools across 3 different states on our Fuller Digital Solutions YouTube channel. Subscribe to get notified when we go live for your school events. Big events are captured live, and your business can get noticed with advertising during our live streams. Local talent and camera operators are encouraged to contact us too for future employment. No experience necessary. We will train. For information about advertising or working with Fuller Digital Solutions, email us and follow us on Facebook.
Clay County Abstract and Title Company has a complex job that boils down to something very simple: helping you purchase your dream with confidence. When investing in a new home, a new site for your business, or piece of property, you want peace of mind that the property is truly yours. Clay County Abstract and Title Company has been doing just that since 1946. Clay County Abstract and Title Company, proud supporters of Vermillion activities and proud to be a part of your dreams come true.
Welcome back to our coaches conversation, and on the line we have the head coach for Madison, Joe Bundy. Coach, how are you doing today?
Doing good. How about you?
Oh, not bad at all. Not bad at all. You know, we're talking football. There are worse things in the world to do than talk about high school football. So we'll I can live with that. And the weather's perfect for us right now. So how about up in Madison?
Yeah, no, today's going to be beautiful. They got a little rain last night, so it cooled off a little bit. It's going to be a great day.
I think so, too, and looking forward to the game. I think it'll be a good one. I think 2 well-matched teams between Vermillion and Madison. Tell you what, let's just talk a little bit about your team. You're coming off a nice victory out in Custer over the Custer Wildcats. Had a loss in the second week to Del Rapids, who's a really good team. And you started off your season with a win over Belle, Fourche, 2-1. How are you feeling about your season so far, sir?
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely feeling pretty good having 2 wins in 3 weeks. It's better than how we were feeling last year. And so, yeah, we're just excited. We understand kind of the teams that we've played so far, and so we're excited to play some more competition. Vermillion's going to be a great test for us, and so we're excited to step up to that challenge.
Well, and for your team, like you said, a better start this year than last. What do you attribute that success?
Oh, part of it's the seniors that are here, the sophomores who've grown into juniors and that kind of thing. You have a whole different team. We got added a couple of pieces to our coaching staff that have been really good. And the schedule is favorable for us. So, all those things kind of lined up to give us a quick, fast start.
All right. Now, for your team, who are some of the leaders for you, whether it's statistically on the field or maybe even on the practice field? Some of those kids that, as a coach, that you just love to have.
Yeah, I'd say like Jordan Peterson's been a running back, receiver, linebacker for us. He's started 3 years at linebacker, and he had a really strong off season this year, and he's just been a leader for our team for the last couple of years. Think of guys like Cole Klingbeil, who just lead by example in the field, working hard. Everything we're doing, he's flying around, which is good. He's a D lineman for us, and Ben Brooks out at receiver and play a little quarterback. Those guys are just kind of special players that really make people step up their game. So it's been fun to watch those guys work.
All right, and you're facing a Tanager team that kind of changed their offense up a little bit, and against Canton, and saw some offensive success. What are some things that this Tanager team brings to the table that A, pose some challenges for you, but also B, maybe present some opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, that Canton game was pretty eye-opening. I think they ran the ball 2 or 3 times, design runs or something like that. So it's you don't see that very often where they're just throwing every play and empty backfield with an extra lineman and all that stuff. So it's exciting to play against a team like that. Anything can happen. I think they had like 300 yards and 4 touchdowns or something like that. So you got to make it puts a lot of pressure on your secondary for sure. And so I think our guys are excited for that challenge and kind of see what they can do with it.
All right. Well, and Coach, football in South Dakota, it's one of those things that as soon as you get started, it almost feels like you're already seeing the end of the season. 3 games in, and all of a sudden it's a third of the way through the season. After this game, you only a handful of games left. What are you hoping to achieve this year with Madison football?
Yeah, like you said, we've talked about that. We're almost halfway through after this week. So, it's one of those things where you want to see success on the field, but, just to build the culture, this group of seniors has been really good for that. Kids working hard, flying around, being coachable, all of those things. We tell our guys all the time that the reason why we love football so much is because of the life lessons that you can learn out of it. And so, stepping up to challenges rather than backing down, giving your best, and, even if the outcome doesn't go your way, like you worked hard, and like those kind of things are things that pay off and, throughout their whole life. And so those are the things that we're really excited about. Obviously, hopefully we can keep winning games and, make a run at it this year.
Well, and, you touch on something as a coach, and because a certain number of players, a good number of players aren't going to play after high school, but they're going to retain those memories and, like you said, retain those lessons. To somebody, a parent or even a young kid thinking about football, what would you say, what are some of those benefits of just participating in that sport?
Yeah, I think you learn how to push yourself. A lot of times we just get too comfortable with our lives. We get comfortable on the couch, comfortable on your phone. Like, you have to put yourself in uncomfortable situations. When you're running at practice or you're playing against somebody who's bigger than you, like, those are uncomfortable situations. But your brain creates pathways that you go down. So if you can train yourself to take on challenges rather than, hide from them, I mean, that's a big thing. That affects your mentality the rest of your life. And so that's been a big focus of ours, trying to focus on, or get our kids to take that challenge on. And so that way, hopefully it pays off for them down the road.
Well, I think that's exactly right. Well, Coach, I told you I wouldn't take up a ton of your time, so I want to say thank you for taking the time to talk with me today. Looking forward to seeing you guys in action, and I hope you have a great day and a great rest of your season, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was Coach Joe Bundy of the Madison Bulldogs here on ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM KVTK, as we get ready for Madison and Vermillion. We'll be back with more here on Vermillion, streaming on YouTube. This is Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Welcome back to our coaches conversation, and on the line we have the head coach for Madison, Joe Bundy. Coach, how are you doing today?
Doing good. How about you?
Oh, not bad at all. Not bad at all. We're talking football. There are worse things in the world to do than talk about high school football. So we'll I can live with that. And the weather's
Candice Couture is your complete women's lingerie shop. Bras, underwear, PJs, loungewear, swimwear, sports bras, activewear, and much, much more. Small to 3 extra large and over 200 different sizes of bras. AA to O cup bands 28 to 56 in store. Candies Couture, 17 West Main Street.
Slumberland Furniture in Yankton, the place to shop for your next new mattress. Find brands like Stearns & Foster, Nectar, and the hottest selling mattress, Purple, measured for your comfort and a dream-laden night's sleep. There's the new Adapt by Tempur-Pedic as well. Slumberland Furniture has Flex Steel furniture too, comfy and classy. That's Slumberland Furniture, 2401 Broadway, Yankton.
I'm coming home, baby, now. I'm coming home now, right away. I'm coming home, baby, now.
Welcome back to At the Mic with Michael Schumacher, brought to you by JR's Oasis. More than a fuel station, more than a convenience store. It is your one-stop travel shop. And on the line, we have Vermillion Tanagers head coach Tom O'Boyle on this beautiful Football Friday. Coach, how are you doing today?
I am just super. You hit it on the nose. It is so beautiful. It just, you wake up to days like this in the fall and with all the great things happening and all the super things that young kids do, across South Dakota. We're reminded how beautiful it is as to why we truly do choose to live here in such a great state. And this southeast corner of the state is so pretty.
It really is. And when you get the weather like this, it is. It's spot on, and it gives you excitement. So you know what? We're going to talk football first because it is a football Friday, but we're going to talk a little baseball too because a few big things happened yesterday, and my Twins not doing great. Otani hitting, being a record breaker, and so we'll talk a little bit about that. But let's talk first a little high school football. The Vermillion Tanagers are going to be hitting the road this afternoon to head to Madison.
Pretty good team. Decent size up front. They do some things. They're an even front team. It's interesting with the success that we had a week ago today, when offensively with emptying the backfield and becoming the Houston Gunslingers of the 11A. It'll be an educational first quarter to see what adjustments Madison is going to throw at us. Are they going to truly empty the box and defend the pass, or are they going to keep 6 guys in the box like they traditionally like to do? So we've had a lot of fun at practice again, throwing the ball and putting combination routes out there. And Coach Budmeyer, Coach Culver have done an excellent job of building a game plan where we feel like we can, we have a really good grip on the things that Madison likes to do. They're going to alternate quarterbacks. When Seven's in the backfield, he's more of a threat to run the ball, pull it. They like to spread you out and get him on the edge. He can really run. And then when he goes out to receiver, number 10 comes in, and he's more of a throwing guy. So it's going to be I guess we'll both go to the learning lab early in that first quarter to feel out what each team would like to do. But we're healthy. We got the Lara brothers back. We got Bryce Voss back. So our depth has increased greatly, and all 3 of those young men are playmakers. So we're adding more skills to a talented skill group already. So we feel good about the trip. We're excited to play in their new the DSU stadium that was finished and new this year. So lots to look forward to tonight, and we really feel good that Hayden and gang are going to come out winging and play very well.
Well, and that's exactly right. You're coming off a big offensive output where Connor Peterson had, I think, a record-breaking day. Landon Cerny had a big day. And just everyone was able. Even talk about Nolan Nygren, who didn't register a catch, but I believe had at least 2, if not 3, pass interferences that created yardage because of his athletic ability and his playmaking that they had to cover. So Hayden being able to sling the ball, and you mentioned the Lara brothers. They've been dynamic playmakers, and getting them back seems to be another weapon in the arsenal. And Bryce Voss, just a playmaker to add to that defense that Raleigh French and so many others that are creating those plays. So as a coach at this point in the season, how are you feeling about where you are?
We, obviously disappointed. You'd rather be on the flip side of 1 and 2. You'd like to be 2 and 1, but confidence gained a week ago, and looking at the team we are week 4 as opposed to where we were week 1. We're a much more complete team. I think we're comfortable in our own skin, knowing what we do well, and we're just going to stick with it and play good football. So, I think we only get better. I think the schedule certainly gets better. So those two things go hand in hand and coincide with, you can't take days off at practice, and you can't take games off Friday nights. And in 11A football, it's a challenge because every team's well coached. Typically, we're on the maybe the slight side of size football team wise. So, your scheme and your approach, have to be able to offset the brawn maybe of your opponent. And you got to put them in situations where they're not comfortable, and be patient with an offense that throws it all the time, because our drives probably won't win the time of possession deal, but certainly are capable of big chunk plays, and that means your defense has to play a lot, and we're really concentrating on turning the ball over and getting off the field on third downs.
Well, and you say it might not win the time of possession battle with drives, but it does seem like you guys were able to have nice, contained, consistent drives, maybe not the longest time-wise, but very consistent with every play almost being a positive. Hayden Christopherson making those decisions on when to throw it, when to run it. Seems like even just a big leap in that decision-making since the beginning of the year to game number 3. And how important is that to get those consistent drives under your belt for the team's confidence in a game?
Oh, it's you mature each and every play, and Hayden is a junior, has a lot of great football ahead of him, and he's played great football in the past. And if you don't get what you want, sometimes the old Rolling Stones, you take what you need, and so you dish it off underneath, and you live to fight another day by, what are you going to do the next down? So you don't take the chances where, when in doubt, run it out and get your team to the next snap. And if it's third down, that's okay. Get your punter in there and change some field and regroup and take a look at what you can do next. So, it's a steady process all game long where you keep an eye on the scoreboard, but like you said, you want to sustain drives, and you want to keep a defense guessing. And so, I would not want to prepare for a team that may not have a back in the backfield and go 4 and 5 wide. It's just an uneasy feeling.
Well, it really is, and he created some dynamics that really threw Canton off, and Canton's a great defensive team. And so, it looks like hopefully it's a recipe for success, and so we'll be in Madison to call all of that tonight. And that should be fun. First time at that new facility. So, second time this year, getting to be at a brand new facility. What does that feel like?
It is so cool to see the great things that go on, and and we talked before, and you talk around the state. This is a state that not with a huge bounty full of people, but certainly may have the best college facilities in the upper Midwest, if not entire Midwest, and certainly the high school facilities are second to none. And when you get to talk about the Tanagers, we get to play in our dome, and you get to go to a brand new facility at Lakota Tech that is just, all you can say is wow, how nice that was. And now we're seeing a Dakota State stadium that is state of the art and built so smartly that it goes back and forth between their basketball arena and the football side. So with the skyboxes and whatnot, it makes your kids feel good. To play in these big time places. I think it helps get kids fired up, and you realize the opportunity that they are realizing by taking the chance and being active and playing football. I mean, put themselves in some arenas that I think that they'll build great memories and have lifetime of discussion about it.
Well, I think that's exactly right. And as a broadcaster, I'm looking forward to it. And so Madison versus Vermillion tonight.
Todd's Electric, your full-service electrical contracting company. Todd's Electric services residential, commercial, agricultural, and industrial customers. From the simplest service call to the most complex design build project, Todd's Electric has the expertise to do it right. Call Todd's Electric for all your electrical needs. Todd's Electric, helping you control all things electric. Except for lightning. Todd's Electric. Go Tanagers.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher.
Another offensive line.
Alongside Gage Ravelette, Jen Ashley, here getting ready to bring you Vermillion Tanager Football as they are here in Madison, South Dakota, take on the Bulldogs for their homecoming.
5'11" and a sophomore. Number 76, Davis Yorkie.
All right, so they are introducing the starting lineups for Vermillion. At quarterback, it's Hayden Christopherson. At wide receiver, Connor Peterson, Nolan Knight, Langley Cerny. At running back, Ryan Chapman, who will split out wide. And the offensive line, Raleigh French, Cameron Bottleson, Oscar Pasick, Hayden Jan, Davis Jerky, and Dave Richardson.
6'2" and a senior, number 69, Israel Ferguson.
Starting lineup for Madison is as follows. On the defensive line, senior, 6'2", offensive lineman, number 69, Israel Ferguson. Also, 5'11", 220-pound offensive lineman, senior, number 77, Cole Klingbeil.
Defensive lineman, 5'9" and a junior, number 25, Tyan Raskin.
Also on the defensive side, Tyan Raskin, number 25, 6'3", 5'9", 175.
Braden Hess.
Also on the defensive line, 6'2", 170, senior defensive lineman, number 37, Braden Gus.
Number 21, Jordan Peterson.
At linebacker, 5'11", 175, senior, number 21, Jordan Peterson.
5'9" and a junior, number 5, Kayla Peterson.
Also at linebacker, junior, 5'9", 160,
Linebacker, 5'9" and a junior, number 22, Trey McGilvery.
Also at linebacker, number 22, 5'10", 185, Trey McGilvery.
5'7" and a senior, number 1, Carson Wolf.
A little bit undersized, but at senior linebacker, defensive back, 5'7", 140, Carson Wolf.
Number 88, Wyatt Picker.
And also Wyatt Picker, 5'7", 135, junior.
Number 6, Quinn Fleming.
And number 6, also on the homecoming court, senior, 5'9", 150, Quinn Fleming.
Number 7,
and also in the homecoming court, Ben Brooks, the 6'7", 210-pound senior defensive back. So, Joe Bundy is the head coach for this Madison Bulldogs team. Coach Tom O'Boyle, the head coach for the Vermillion Tanagers. We're getting ready for kickoff here from Madison, this beautiful new facility.
The line judge, John Carroll. The back judge, Warren Stanky. The umpire, Chad Riley, and linesman Coleman Boone. These officials are licensed by the South Dakota.
We are going to pause here for the national anthem. We'll keep it here so you can hear the national anthem.
To help the athletes learn in the playing field. We request you respect your honest efforts in administering this contest. Game administration for tonight's contest are Michael Rickey, Adam Shaw, Cotton Cook, Janelle Guzzi, Michelle Horner, Ben Gant, and Joel Jorgensen. Ladies and gentlemen, we now ask that you please stand as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Tonight's anthem will be performed by the Madison High School Marching Band under the direction of Mr. Brett Kroger. We remind all in attendance that the proper respect is to face the flag, remove your cap or hat, and stand at attention with your right hand over your heart. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
As the national anthem brought to you by Madison
At this time,
Pep Band.
Our king and queen will present tonight's game ball to the game officials.
King and Queen are presenting the game ball to the officials. So let's take a look at how these two teams got here. Right now, the Vermillion Tanagers are 1-2 on the season. They opened up their season with a loss at home against Lennox, 48-13. They then traveled on the road out to Pine Ridge to Lakota Tech. Defeated Lakota Tech in a brief game that was truncated because of the score, 55-0 early in the third. And then in their third game back at the Dakota Dome, they fell to top-ranked, then tied for the top-ranked spot in 11A Canton, 45-31. So that brings them to tonight against Madison, who is 2-1 on the season. Madison has opened up their season with a win here at the Beacom Premier Complex, the Brian Kern Family Stadium, defeating Belle Fourche 41-6. They then fell to Del Rapids in week 2 at Del Rapids 30-19. Then they came back and defeated Custer out in Custer by a score of 42-16. That brings us to tonight, where they take on these Vermillion Tanagers. Both teams looking to get a foothold on their season before they really hit some tough matchups. Madison will play Sioux Falls Christian next week, followed by Tri-Valley, Lennox, Canton, and Millbank. And in case you're wondering, Sioux Falls Christian 3-0, Tri-Valley 3-0, Lennox 2-1, Canton 3-0, and then Millbank 2-1. So the meat of the Madison Bulldogs schedule is still to come. For Vermillion, their road isn't much easier. They face that same Millbank team at 2-1 at the Dakota Dome. That's for homecoming. They then take on Sioux Falls Christian, that 3-0 Sioux Falls Christian team at the Dakota Dome. They then take on Tri-Valley, who's currently 3-0 at Tri-Valley. Then on October 18th, they take on Dakota Valley at the Dakota Dome. And then they take on West Central at 2-1. So we are getting ready to kick off here as the coaches get the final instructions to their players. Again, this is a beautiful facility. Just I think the third overall game here. I think Dakota State has played one game. And so with Gage Ravelette and Jen Ashley, I'm Michael Schumacher. Over the last couple of games, I've had Sioux Falls, Washington Warriors legend Katie Crossway Luaday with me. Well, she is back at home, but she wishes she could be here because she is also a Dakota State legend. So you never knew that she was in both. But Vermillion will receive. Back deep is Connor Peterson and Ryan Chapman kicking off for this Madison Bulldogs team. They have their kickoff squad out there. Football on the 40-yard line. Number 84, and that is Tyler Troxel.
Number 3, Nico Bale, back to return the kick from number 84, Tyler Troxel.
Troxel, just an 8th grader, but he is a specialty kicker. That is all he's listed as. So Troxel, we'll see what he can get back, but it's Connor Peterson and Ryan Chapman back for Vermillion Tanagers. Approaches the ball. Here's Troxel's kick, and that will come down to Chapman at about the 12, 15, 20, 25, breaks a couple of tackles, gets to the 30, and he will be stopped there. So some nice yardage there for Ryan Chapman. And that'll bring out the Vermillion offense featuring Hayden Christofferson at quarterback. This is his 4th game at quarterback. Gage, what do you think we're going to see tonight?
You know, I don't know. I haven't seen too many of these teams, like as much as you have, I guess, of course. But
all right, well, I think they're going to start off. It looks like they're going to start off like they did last week. Empty backfield, 4 receivers. Cerny and Peterson split left. Nygren and Chapman split right. Christofferson in the shotgun. Here's the snap. Christofferson looks, and that is tipped, but caught by Connor Peterson at the 38-yard line. They're going to give him 8 yards.
Tackle was made by number 5, Caleb Pedersen.
So gain of 8 yards. And Connor Peterson just...
Second and about 2.
Yeah, that play didn't even look like that was supposed to go to him.
Yeah.
The play looked like it was supposed to design to go to the flats there. So big trust to go outside the design game plan.
And here was another snap to Christopherson. Throw middle. Man, thought that was tipped, but that will be defended well by Cale Johnson. So Cale Johnson on the defense. So Cale Johnson on the defense makes it third and 2 for this Tanager team. So now 11-12 left to go here in the first quarter as the clock does stop. I do see one player out there with one of those helmet caps. Those are being implemented more and more. Here's Christopherson with a throw, and that is bounced to Nygren. That'll make it 4th and 2. So incomplete, 4th and 2. 11:07 remaining here in the first quarter. So not much taken off the clock. And Vermillion is going with that passing game. Not really working much time off the clock. But that's kind of what we expected. So they're huddling up here. I don't expect them to go for it, but maybe they will.
I'm kind of surprised there wasn't a run on that 3rd and 2, short down in distance. And
Christopherson, maybe they're just going to try to draw him off, but Christopherson in the shotgun. Chapman split left. 3 receivers split right, and they're going to go for it. Split, quick pass. Oh, no, Nygren unable to come up with it. That was a nice pass there by Hayden Christopherson. But Nygren unable to contain it, and so Madison will take over at the Vermillion 38-yard line. So a gamble there by the Tanagers early, less than a minute into this game. And if you're Nolan Nygren, you're thinking, man, I should have had that. And it would have been for a first down. And he'll work on that next time. Just a sophomore, so a lot of development still to come. Now in at quarterback, it's Cohen Hahn in the shotgun, and he'll take that, keep it, go off the left side, and he'll get about maybe a yard, and tackled there by Bryce Voss, who is coming off of an injury, as well as number 23, Caleb Lara, who has been hampered by some injuries. So two playmakers coming back for these Tanagers.
On Vermillion 37-yard line.
So 1 carry, 1 yard, 2nd and 9. Hahn again back in the shotgun. To his left is number 33, Caleb Hodges, and they're going to hand it off to him over the right-hand side. And he tries to get it around the corner. He'll make it to the 34, a gain of about 4 yards. And again, that is a tackle made by Ryan Chapman. And Chapman looks a little shaken up again. That's going to make it 3rd and about 5. They have it 3rd and 6 on the scoreboard, so we'll go with that. But a long 5, short 6. And so Hahn again in the backfield. Looks, quick pass to the left. And that is complete. And he does get around the corner, down the sideline. There is a flag that comes in from the sideline, though. We will see what this is about.
Yeah, that was thrown from over 30 yards away, it looked like.
Yeah, he was thrown from this side of the field. So, man, if you're Madison and it's on you, you're going to wonder, did it actually affect the play? And that is going to be a block in the back on Madison. That's going to get this called back. And so a nice play for a good gain. It looked like they were out at about the 10-yard line, so a gain of about 25 yards. But that's going to go for naught with 9:45 to go on the Masaba scoreboard. Vermillion and Madison tied at 0.
Personal blindside block over here. Well, assess the yardage, still be 3rd down.
So it'll still be 3rd down. So that brings the ball back to the 47-yard line. That's going to make it 3rd and about 19. 3rd and 19 for the Bulldogs. So Vermillion hoping to get out of this, having given up the ball at their own 38, hopefully getting out unscathed as Hahn in the backfield in the shotgun. Looks like Caleb Hodges to his right. Here's the snap. Hahn looks, and he's going to be pressured. Pass over the middle, but he's going to be taken right there. And that will be a gain of about 2 yards. Now 1 yard for Ben Brooks. Ben Brooks with a gain of about 1. And that is the first catch and pass. Cameron Bottleson with the
46-yard line
with the tackle. So 4th and 18. And so the Madison Bulldogs will punt. So here's the snap. And the kick by Jordan Peterson comes down to Peterson at the 15 to the 20. And he'll be out at the 24-yard line. So a 9-yard return by Connor Peterson. And the Tanagers will take over at their 24-yard line. So the gamble didn't pay off, but it also didn't cost the Tanagers as they gave up possession on downs at their own 38. But Madison had a nice play, but it was called back by a block in the back. So that'll make it a 1st and 10 for the Tanagers on the 24-yard line.
I'd like to see some run plays here.
Yeah, I'd like to see if they could establish a little bit of run here.
They already proved they can pass it. The run game should be wide open, especially out of these empty sets.
So here's Christopherson, and he's going to tuck it, and he will be sacked back at the 19-yard line. And by number 69, that is Israel Uverson, and that is a 5-yard loss for Christopherson. So that's going to make it 2nd and 15 for the Tanagers from their own 19-yard line now. As Christopherson goes with that 3-wide set, Chapman split right, Peterson, Sean Doan, and Landon Cerny split left. Here's Christopherson. He'll look left. Here's the throw, and that is going to hop to Connor Peterson. That'll be incomplete.
Incomplete, but there is a flag on the
There's a flag on the play. We'll see if it's on the Tanagers or if it's on Madison, and I think it's going to be on Madison. I think they're going to, I don't know if they'll call it a hold or a pass interference. So here's the call, and that is going to be pass interference on defense. So that call is on Cale Johnson, who had the nice pass defense earlier in the previous possession for the Tanagers. Called for pass interference here, and that'll bring it out to the 34-yard line for the Tanagers. So that's going to be 1st and 10 for the Tanagers from the 34-yard line. So not a positive offensive play, but still a positive yardage on the play. So the Tanagers come to the line. Hayden Christopherson breaks the huddle. Ryan Chapman will split out right. And it's Traquan Thomas, Landon Cerny, and Connor Peterson split left. Christopherson, he'll keep it, slips one tackle, throws it over the middle to Traquan Thomas, and that is the second drop that has happened to Hayden Christopherson, and that was going to be a gain of about 12 for the Tanagers, maybe more if Thomas was able to slip that one tackle. Could have been a nice game, but nonetheless makes it 2nd and 10 with 8:11 to go here in the first quarter. Ball is on the 34-yard line. 2nd and 10 for the Vermillion Tanagers.
Yeah, those are two crucial drops there. Both of them would have been first down. I guess this time it wasn't a 4th down, but still.
So, exactly, and you hate those mistakes could come back to haunt you against two evenly matched teams. But here's Christopherson with two left, two right. Is that going to be a delay of game? No, offsides.
Looks like it's against the Tanagers.
Looks like it'll be offsides for the Tanagers. That'll make it 2nd and 15. And that was on Ryan Chapman, who was split out wide right. So that'll keep it 2nd down, but 2nd and 15 now for the Tanagers. And Christopherson comes in with the play from the sidelines.
2nd 15.
And for you Coyote fans, the USD volleyball team won 3-1 over Drake today at the Quick Start tournament in Coralville, Iowa. Here's the throw from Christofferson, and that looks like it was tipped at the line of scrimmage. That'll make it 3rd and 15 for the Tanagers.
15 for Vermillion.
Still no run plays.
What's that?
Still no run plays from this offense.
Nope. Have not had a run play other than Christofferson keeping it when nobody was open and the pocket kind of collapsed on him. Yeah, no designed run plays yet, and you wonder if you'd want to at least have one or two to keep him honest, but nobody in the backfield, and so Chapman split out wide right, Thomas, Peterson, and Cerny split out wide left. Christofferson calls for the ball. He'll keep it off the left side, and he's going to be taken down as he makes it forward about 5 yards back to the original line of scrimmage of the 34. So a gain of 5 for for Hayden Christofferson, but that's going to make it 4th and 10. 4th and 10 for the Tanagers from the 34. With 10 yards to go, I don't see them going for this one. I see them kicking this one, and Madison sees the same thing. As back deep is Garrett Van Leer. Garrett Van Leer back deep on his own 34, 33-yard line. Christofferson is also the punter, so he's back deep on his own 23-yard line. Gets the ball. Here's the kick. Nice and high. Well covered. Fair catch called for. And that's, sorry, not Garrett Van Leer. That was Ben Brooks with that. And he takes that at about the 40-yard line. So Madison will take over on their own 40-yard line, 1st and 10, their second time with the ball. As the Tanagers look to get another stop, they were able to stop the Bulldogs last time out. And they're hoping to get another one this time around as well. So Madison breaks the huddle, and it's Miles Schneider with that protective skull cap. So if you see somebody out there with an all-black helmet, it's just that protective covering that's become a little more prominent since concussions have become a little more prevalent. Not prevalent, but there's a higher awareness. And number 53, also for Madison, has that protective covering. That's Hunter Hansen. So that call, that run for about 3 yards makes it 2nd and 7. That's 2nd and 7 for the Madison Bulldogs from the 43. As they look to establish the line of scrimmage here against the Tanagers. Cohen Hahn in the shotgun. I formation with one sidecar left. And there's a handoff straight ahead to Caleb Hodges. And he'll be tackled after a gain of about 2. Gain of about 2 for Hodges. That's going to make it, again, 3rd and 5. It was 3rd and 5 last time for Madison when they got the nice swing play. Screen pass to the side that was called back because of a block in the back. We'll see it with, they call something similar this time around. As they come to the line, they are on the left hash. 6:06 to go here in the first quarter. On backfield in the shotgun. Here's the throw down the left-hand side, and that is going to be overthrown. Ben Brooks, and you have to overthrow Ben Brooks. He's a 6'7" player. It takes quite the arm to do that, but he was well defended nonetheless. So that's going to make it 4th and 5, so the Tanager defense holds again.
Yeah, Madison had to have been just thinking shot play there because he was double covered all the way down the field. So
yeah, you throw a jump ball, you think Brooks is going to get to it. So if you throw it maybe a little bit closer, you might have a chance at it. But here's the kick, and that is going to come down to Peterson at about the 27, 28-yard line, and that's where the Tanagers will take over. With 5:50 to go, Tanagers 1st and 10 from their own 28-yard line. So Christofferson brings out the team. The wideouts will be Doan, Peterson. I see Ryan Chapman out there, Landon Cerny. Haven't seen a ton of Nolan Nygren since that drop. I don't know if that's why, but 2 receivers left in Doan and Cerny, 2 receivers right in Chapman and Peterson. Christofferson alone in the shotgun. Here's the snap. Looks right. And there's a toss to Peterson. A gain of about to the 35. That's going to make a gain of about 7. So that's going to be about 2nd and 3.
Ball's out to the 35-yard
What a throw by the quarterback there. That was a tight window. Squeeze that.
That was a very tight window. So gain of about 7 or 8. So that's going to make it 2nd and about 2 or 3 for the Tanagers. Christofferson again brings the team to the line. Now it's Nygren and Doan split left. Peterson and Chapman split right. Christofferson alone in the backfield in shotgun. Looks to his left. Here's a throw to Nygren. And Nygren unable to take that one in as he is hit pretty much as soon as he got his hands on it by Carson Wolf. Great timing by Carson Wolf. And so Nygren, he got his hands on it, but man, he was hit right in the chest as soon as that ball was there. He couldn't bring it in to help with that collection. And so an incomplete pass for the Tanagers.
Yeah, he can't be too mad on that one, that drop.
No.
Can't blame him on that one.
That's for sure. And so that makes it 3rd and a short 3. Again, Connor Peterson and Sean Doan split left. Traquin Thomas and Ryan Chapman split right. Christofferson might keep it. No. He throws it over the middle, and that is intercepted. Intercepted as he tried to get it to Sean Doan. And that was an interception by number 2, Cale Johnson. So Madison will take over on the Vermillion 40-yard line. That was an amazing play. I don't know how Johnson got his hands on it. It looks like it was behind him. It looked like Doan was going to be in position to make a nice catch. But nope, it was taken away by Johnson. So Madison takes over on the Vermillion 40-yard line, 1st and 10. Cohen Hahn in the shotgun. Caleb Hodges lined up behind him. And Hahn will keep it, roll out right, throw over the middle to Brooks, and Brooks is going to be taken down at about the 28-yard line. A 12-yard gain for Brooks. So first down for Madison. And that's the first down gained by an offensive play, not by a penalty. So that puts the ball on the 28-yard line, and Madison, with 4:32 to go, looking to get something going here in the first quarter with their 3rd drive of the quarter. Nobody's really been able to get much going yet. So Hahn now has backs in the backfield with him on both his left and right. Here's the handoff, and around the right-hand side, and that will be Jordan Peterson. That's going to be a gain of about 1, maybe 2.
Tackle was made by number 59, Raleigh French.
So I think it's going to be 2nd and 9, a gain of 1 for Jordan Peterson. And not the psychologist from Canada, but Jordan Peterson from Madison, South Dakota. So it's now less than 4 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Madison taking their time, huddling up, breaking that huddle now. Neither of these teams right now working in a hurry-up fashion. So Hahn with Hodges deep in the eye. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Handoff to Hodges up the middle. And he is met there by a bunch of Tanagers, including number 23, Caleb Lara, who was the first man there. And Raleigh French joined it. So Caleb Hodges with a carry of about 2 yards. It's going to make it 3rd and about 6 for Madison.
I think that run play's there. It looked to be a design trap, and I think that's what slowed play down.
I think so, with 2 receivers left and 2 receivers right. Now there's 2 right, 1 left, 2 running backs, 1 behind and 1 to the left of Hahn. And he'll throw it to the left, and Brooks will catch it at about the 19-yard line. But I don't think that's going to be enough for a first down. It's a gain of about 5. I think he's going to be about a yard short. So that's going to make it 4th and 1. Maybe 4th and 2. So Madison, I expect them to go for it here. Nobody's been able to get much going. And so I expect them to try to get something right now. As they break the huddle, they are on the left hash mark. Cohen Hahn, 4th and 1 in shotgun. Hodges lined up behind him to the in the backfield, and that is going to be offsides on Vermillion. Caleb Lara jumps off, and that will be a first down for Madison.
Defense, 5 yards, first down.
Going to bring the ball down to the Vermillion 14-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs.
So with 2 minutes to go, 1st and 10 for Madison from about the 9-yard line. As Brooks is back in the shotgun now, and he will keep it, go off the right-hand side, and he's got it, he will make it, and that will be a touchdown. That will be a touchdown, and you can see that replay on Vermillion Streaming, brought to you by Pied Piper. In about a 12-yard touchdown run, a 14-yard touchdown run for Ben Brooks. Makes the score 6-0. No! I did not see the flag. Oh, my goodness. Holding will call that back. So that was still a Pied Piper replay of a penalty now. So that will move the ball back to about the 24-yard line. Makes it 1st and 10 from the 1st and 20 from the 24-yard line. As boy, that is a penalty that hurts. That's the second big penalty for Madison, and one of those that if you're a coach, you just are a little bit irate over.
Yeah, perfect play called. Coach did everything right. Just little bad luck.
So here's Hahn in the shotgun. Hodges to his left, and here's another flag. I think it might be false start this time. Looked like one of the wideouts might have started just a little bit early. So I don't know if it was a delay of game or a false start.
Timeout.
Oh, no, so it's not a delay of game. Timeout by Madison. We'll take a timeout as well. This timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance. Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion for all of your appliance needs. On the Masaba scoreboard, we are scoreless with 1:15 to go in the first quarter. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Wanting a specialist without leaving town? We've got you covered. Our clinic offers specialists for the health and wellness of your family. From pediatricians to OBGYNs, plus primary care. You can find it all at Vermillion Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home.
If you're looking for the perfect fit, Vermillion Vision Care Associates fits like the right pair of glasses. Vision Care Associates has its roots in family eye care, and the doctors are well known for being primary eye care providers. With the ability to treat and diagnose a variety of settings, Vermillion Vision Care Associates is the right fit for you. Plus, they can fit you into a new pair of glasses, sunglasses, or contacts that feel just right. With continuing education, see the best doctors at Vermillion Vision Care Associates.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. That timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. All right, 1st and 20 for this Madison Bulldogs team. Off their timeout, deep pass, and that is going to be intercepted in the end zone by Ryan Chapman. Ryan Chapman with that interception. And that replay will be brought to you by Pied Piper. Pied Piper celebrating 1 year in Vermillion as that ball will come back out to the 20-yard line. Nice play by Ryan Chapman to get that interception. So the Tanagers, for the 3rd time, their defense has come through. First time off a gamble at their own 38. Then just holding the Bulldogs on that second drive. Then here, a drive by Madison stalls as they try to go into the end zone. So again, Vermillion gets the ball at their own 20-yard line. And looking to take advantage with 1:08 to go here in the first quarter. Christofferson in the backfield. And it looks like it's Caleb Lara and Landon Cerny split left. Peterson from the right to the left now, and Ryan Chapman wide right. And that snap gets past Christopherson, and he'll land on it at the 5. A loss of 15 yards for Hayden Christopherson. That snap was low on the ground, and Christopherson did not have a chance to grab it.
Yeah, now you got to be worried for safety now.
Yeah, now you start worrying about just getting out of the shadow of your end zone, of your goalpost. Boy, that was a long one. Unfortunately, kept just rolling on Christopherson. He did the best thing by just jumping on it rather than trying to pick it up, because that's when real disaster happens. So a smart play by Christopherson to minimize the damage. But now you see a running play. Chapman in the backfield, and it's handed off to Chapman, and he will take it off to the left side, and he's trying to get around the corner and gets to about the 11-yard line. That's a gain of 6 yards for Ryan Chapman. So Ryan Chapman, with the first real designed run of the night, gains 6 yards. Now, that gets them out of the shadow of their goalpost. Does it still make it second and a ways, or third and a ways? Yes, it makes it third and about 19, because they still need to get to the 30-yard line, and they're at the 11, so about third and 19. So Christopherson in the backfield in the shotgun along with Chapman. 2 receivers left and right. Hand off to Chapman straight up the middle, and he's going to make it to about the 16-yard line. A 5-yard gain for Ryan Chapman. Now, it's not going to get him a first down, but it's going to help them with the punt, and it's going to help them with field position. So that's going to end the first quarter. Vermillion 0, Madison 0 on the Masaba scoreboard. We'll be back after this. This is Tanager Football on ESPN Radio and Vermillion Streaming, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. We'll be right back.
Whether you're in the market to purchase a new home for your family, you want to sell your existing home, or you're a student looking to rent an apartment, Dakota Realty and Property Management can fit your needs. Being locally owned and with over 150 years of combined experience, they are the experts at helping you find your new home. Go to Dakota Realty and Property Management because they like what they do. Dakota Realty is a proud supporter of Vermillion Athletics. Dakota Realty and Property Management, located at 125 East Cherry Street, Vermillion.
Remember the Perks card from Pump and Pack? Well, guess what? There's an addition, not just a card, it's an app. The Pump and Perks app and the Pump and Perks card from Pump and Pack, Vermillion. Just go to their Facebook page, Pump and Pack, and scan the QR code and you're in. Or go to the store, Pump and Pack, and get the card. Then download the app. Each one does the same thing. Like give you 5 cents off per gallon every day, except for Sunday it's doubled with the Perks card from Pump and Pack, Vermillion.
Welcome back to Brian Kern Family Stadium on the campus of Dakota State University. And former legend Katie Crossway-Luaday, who is back in Yankton. Not with me tonight, but she roamed these halls for a while. And so, but she's not with me tonight. I have Jen Ashley and Gage Ravelette as we get ready for quarter number 2. And that we are currently tied at 0. Vermillion 0, Madison 0. Neither offense really able to get too much going. Madison did have a couple of big plays called back because of penalties, but a nice interception by Ryan Chapman also stunted the drive for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, and Vermillion's pass game has looked fairly solid. They've had open guys, good throws. One interception, of course, which was a bad throw. But
a couple of drops, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's hurt him. So Christopherson back to punt. He is on his own 7-yard line. Ben Brooks back on about the 50, right at about midfield, maybe the Vermillion 49. So Christopherson calls for the snap. Here's the punt. It's high but short. We'll land at about the 45, and Brooks takes a knee, and Madison will take over at the 45-yard line. So that's a 29-yard punt for Christopherson. Madison takes over again on the Vermillion side of the field, and Madison we've been spending a lot of time on the Madison side of the field, or on the Vermillion side of the field. So you keep hoping Vermillion might be able to get a drive that gets that field position game back just a little bit. If they could get a stop here, like a 3-and-out, that would be very beneficial. So 11:53 to go, just 7 seconds in to this second quarter. Still no score. And Madison 2-1 on the season, Vermillion 1-2, two evenly matched teams. as Hahn goes back into the shotgun. 3 receivers left, 1 right. And a quick pass to Brooks, and he gathers that at about the 40 and gets about 6 yards after the catch for an 11-yard gain for Ben Brooks. So Brooks now 28 yards on 3 catches so far tonight. And that is down to the Vermillion 34-yard line. So 11:30 to go. 1st and 10 for Madison from the 34 of Vermillion. Hahn again in the shotgun. 3 receivers left. Swing pass to Brooks. And Brooks, for a big guy, he is able to make some moves. Gains about 3 yards. That'll make it 2nd and 7 for the Bulldogs.
Tackles made by number 21, Landon Cerny.
Landon Cerny on the tackle for the Tanagers.
Vermillion 31-yard line.
Coming into this game, Ben Brooks had 6 catches for 77 yards. He already has 4 tonight for 31. So Hahn breaks the huddle. Less than 11 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Hahn with Brooks to his left, Hodges to his right. And he'll hand to Brooks. He'll swing around the right-hand side. And he tries to get the corner. He does. 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. And that will be a touchdown for Ben Brooks.
I was just thinking Madison needed to go back to the run. They scored their last
That's a touchdown run. You can see that on the Pied Piper replay on Vermillion streaming on YouTube.
Yeah, they scored that last touchdown off a sweep like that on the other side, which was taken back from a penalty. I'm surprised it took them this long to go right back to it.
Yeah, definitely. And so a 31-yard run for Brooks. So Troxel to try to make it 7-0 here early in the second quarter. Here's the snap and the hold. Kick is up, and the kick is good. So with 10:33 to go in the second quarter, Vermillion trails Madison by a score of 7-0. We'll be back for the Madison kickoff after this. Again on the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion trails 7-0. This is Tanager football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
At Knutson Family Dentistry in Vermillion, they strive to provide the highest quality patient-centered dental care in a friendly, relaxing atmosphere. Knutson Family Dentistry works hard to provide the best cosmetic, general, and emergency dental treatment in the area. With over 50 years of combined dental experience, the latest dental technology, and a professional and compassionate staff, they're your top choice for dental care. Call for an appointment at 605-857-8008. Knutson Family Dentistry of Vermillion.
Welcome back for the kickoff. Madison kicks off. It'll be Troxel kicking off from the 40-yard line. Back deep for the Tanagers, Connor Peterson and Ryan Chapman. Alongside Jen Ashley and Gage Ravelette, I'm Michael Schumacher, and this is Tanager football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. On the Masaba scoreboard, it's Madison 7, Vermillion 0. As Troxel approaches, here's the kick, and that will go down to Peterson. Lands in bounds, and nope, will go out of bounds. That will give Vermillion possession at the 35-yard line. Risky there, I mean, and you could tell Peterson was not quite sure what to do because it landed in enough that you could see it staying in bounds. But it thankfully it rolled out of bounds. Otherwise, Peterson would have been able to jump on it. But getting it at the 35 is nice. Vermillion would like to get it onto the Madison side of the field, of the 50, as they've been spending a lot of time on their own side of the field. And I believe one of our officials might be a Southerner. A little bit of an accent there. So Hayden Christofferson in the shotgun. Ryan Chapman split right. 3 receivers left for Vermillion. And here's the snap. Quick play over to Doan. And that'll be about a 5-yard gain, about 5.5. No, they're going to give him about 6. That's going to make it 2nd and 4. About 2nd and 4, so a long 4, short 5.
This would be a perfect time to run the ball here.
I think so. A running play here just sprinkled in. Chapman's got a little size on him, some good speed, but they have him split out wide right. 3 receivers split left. I mean, the passing game is working. So, I mean, maybe you stick with what brung you here. Here's a quick pass, and that is just kind of away from everybody. It was to the sideline of Cerny, over the head of Peterson. So I don't know if there was miscommunication or if it was just kind of an errant throw, but that will make it 3rd and 4. That was incomplete. So that'll make it 3rd and 4 for the Tanagers from their own 41-yard line. So Cerny comes off, and if you missed the pregame, you can go back and watch. We did have our Tanager talk with Landon Cerny. We also had a Tanager talk with Connor Peterson. So Hayden Christopherson back in the shotgun. Doan and Chapman split right. Peterson and Thomas right or left, and that pass is deflected and defended, and that will fall incomplete. That'll be 4th and 4 now. So 4th and 4 for Vermillion from the 41-yard line. I don't know if you gamble again. 4th and 4 feels gettable, but it's also a big risk. Caleb Lara comes in for this Tanager team, and it does look like they are going to punt. So Traquan Thomas comes off, and that's going to be a flag. Too many players on the field. Thomas was still coming out as they were breaking huddle. Plus, they still had 12 on the field, I believe.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's still too many out there.
Yeah, so that's going to be a 5-yard penalty for the Tanagers. That'll move them back to the 36-yard line.
On white, still 5 yards, still 4th down.
So that's going to make it 4th and 9 for the Tanagers. If you were thinking fake punt, it might seal the decision on that one. 9 yards is a lot to get against a Madison defense like this. And this is going to be a timeout or another timeout Vermillion. This timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. For all of your appliance needs, contact Murph's Appliance. On the Masaba scoreboard, Madison leads Vermillion 7-0. This is Tanager football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Nice.
Maytag appreciates a compliment, but this Maytag washer isn't just eye candy.
Wow.
Inside, it's got the capacity and power to handle even the mightiest loads.
I love this.
Yeah, she's a beaut.
It's a he.
How do you know?
Don't worry about it.
Find Maytag products and the industry's best appliances at your local dealer. Murph's Appliance, downtown Vermillion.
In a situation like this, the first thing you do, of course, is make sure everybody's okay. And then you're thinking, you better call your insurance person. No, just call Justin. At Vermillion Auto Works, you see Justin handles all the insurance claims and gives free quotes. Not everybody does the free quote thing anymore, you know. So call Justin at Vermillion Auto Works. He'll take care of the situation. Carrying WeatherTech, Rough Country, and Tuxedo. Vermillion Auto Works.
Back.
Welcome back, and here is the snap to Christopherson and the kick back to Brooks, back at his own 30-yard line. Nice kick there by Hayden Christopherson. A 35-yard punt for Christopherson. Madison takes over at their own 30-yard line. Brooks calls for fair catch there. So with 9:39 to go here in the second quarter, Madison looks to build on their 7-0 lead. During our Fast Autoglass halftime show, we will take a look at stats and scores from around the state. Cohen Hahn back deep in the shotgun. He'll hand off to Hodges, and Hodges will be... No, he will slip a number of tackles, and that'll be a gain of about 6 yards for Hodges. Caleb Hodges with a nice run, slipping a few tackles. Nope, that is going to be a 7-yard gain. That'll make it 2nd and 3. Dane Richardson on the tackle for Vermillion.
Just shy of the 37-yard line.
So that's going to make it 2nd and 3 for Madison. 9:06 to go here in the second quarter. Cohen, Hahn, hands off over to Jordan Peterson around the right-hand side, and that's going to be about a 6-yard gain for Peterson, and that will be a first down. So they're at the 44-yard line. So that is another Bulldog first down as the Tanagers look to defensively get their bearings about them, as Madison's been able to move the ball. But Vermillion's been able to stop them other than that run by Ben Brooks when they've needed to. So 7-0 on the Masaba scoreboard, 8:34 to go here in the second quarter. Vermillion looking to get a stop. It's 1st and 10 for Madison from their own 44-yard line. On, hands off to Caleb Hodges around the left side. He's over the 50, 45, 40. He's to the 40, 30, and he will be out at about the 29-yard line. That's a 27-yard gain for Hodges and a first down. Connor Peterson tackles him at the 29-yard line of Vermillion. So Madison will have 1st and 10 from the Vermillion 29, looking to score again here before the half with 8:15 to go in the second quarter. And here's the handoff to Peterson over the right-hand side, and he's down to the 20, 15, and he'll be down to the 12-yard line. That's a 17-yard gain for Jordan Peterson. That gives him 24 yards on 3 carries.
Yeah, they're sealing the edge really nice to get that to the outside corner there. Vermillion needs to look to push the ball carrier in.
They really are. They're getting a lot of. They aren't getting much containment on the outside, and you wonder if the defensive coaches will look at that at halftime. Peterson around the outside again, and he'll be down to about the 8-yard line. So that's a gain of about 5. That's going to make it 2nd and 5.
Second and about 5 for the Bulldogs.
So 2nd and 5 for the Bulldogs with 7:27 to go here in the second quarter. And only one wide out. That's split out wide right. And Hahn looks to keep it. And he's going to be sealed up back there at about the 13-yard line. And that is Raleigh French on the sack. Raleigh French, a bit undersized for a lineman, but tenacious. Plays tenacious D, if you will. None of my compadres liked that. Tenacious D? Are we Tenacious D fans?
No, not at
all. All right.
I might be too young, Michael.
I thought it was funny, but 6:50 to go here in the second quarter. That makes it 3rd and 10. Now you wonder if they would try to kick a field goal with Troxel, or if they'd go for it if they don't get it here. But it's Ben Brooks back there. He'll take it over the right-hand side, make a move around the outside, and he will be in for a touchdown. So we might have that as a replay, but there is a flag. There is a flag with 6:32 to go. And I wonder if that is a hold or a block because it came from the defensive secondary. And so here comes the call. That is a block in the back on Madison. That's on Caleb Hodges. So it'll still be 3rd down, but that will make it 3rd and 15 now.
Vermillion, 19-yard line. 3rd and 16 for the Bulldogs.
3rd and 15, 3rd and 16. You're hearing a few different things, but it's 3rd and a little bit of distance. So we'll see what they plan here as they break the huddle again. Now, Brooks splits out wide left along with Jordan Peterson. Hodges in the backfield. Hahn fakes the pass. They'll go deep to Brooks, and he had gotten behind the defense. And he got behind Bryce Voss, and that'll be another touchdown, an 18-yard touchdown pass to Ben Brooks. That makes the score 13-0. You can see that replay on our Pied Piper replay on Vermillion Streaming on YouTube. And Andrew liked what I did with the Tenacious D. Thank you, Andrew. Somebody gets my wonderful sense of humor and music. Tyler Troxel, and there's going to be a penalty flag. It's going to be movement on Vermillion, so that'll put it half the distance. You almost wonder if Madison thinks about going for two.
Number 29 on the DP. Half the distance, lower track.
That was on Elijah Lara. And if you could hear the official, we all get tongue-tied. And with that bit of a southern drawl, the D of fans. And that is declined. So that's smart. That just means they're going for the kick because the kicker's used to being at a certain place, and they're just going to have him there. So Troxel, he doesn't have much of a wind-up, but here's the kick, and that is up, and that is good. So that makes the score 14-0 on the Masaba scoreboard. We'll be back. 6:27 to go here in the second quarter. Madison 14, Vermillion nothing. We'll be back after this. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Being safe means you're sort of protecting yourself. My mom and dad told me how to be safe. It's like super duper important. Hold a grown-up's hands. Put a helmet on because you might hurt your head super duper bad.
Protect their future by protecting yours with your local State Farm agent, Dick Sunday.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher alongside Gage Ravelette and Jen Ashley. Madison leads 14-0 with 6:27 to go here in the second quarter as this stadium is getting loud, mainly the music, but the crowd, you can hear the crowd a little bit. Tyler Troxel looks to kick off for this squad. From the 40-yard line, back deep, Connor Peterson and Ryan Chapman. Here's the approach and the kick, and that will come down to Peterson at about the 21-yard line, to the 25, to the 30, and he'll make it to the 31. So a 10-yard return for Connor Peterson. So with 6:22 to go, that'll be 1st and 10 for Vermillion from the 31-yard line. Really looking to get something going here on this drive before the half ends, as they would love to get something. So Hayden Christopherson breaks the huddle. Peterson and Cerny will split out left. Doan and Chapman split out wide right. Christopherson alone in the backfield in the shotgun. It's the snap, looks to his right. Quick pass, and that is going to be intercepted. Intercepted by Madison at the 35, to the 30, down to the 29-yard line by Shane Beanhoff, the 6-foot junior, for the second interception of the night for Madison. So Madison will have it 1st and 10 at the 29-yard line. And that can be seen on our Pied Piper replay on Vermillion streaming on YouTube. You can see the interception and return by Shane Beanhoff. As Madison breaks the huddle, comes to the line. Here's the snap to Hahn, handoff to Peterson over the right-hand side. He's to the 25 and to about the 24-yard line, a gain of 5 yards for Jordan Peterson. And he's knocked out of bounds, so the clock does stop, so 6:07 to go. 6:07 to go makes it 2nd and 5 from the 24-yard line of Vermillion. Madison taking their time in the huddle, looking to really extend that lead here, and Vermillion looking to bend but not break. Hahn in the backfield, hands off to Hodges. Hodges moves over his left, and that will be a gain of about, I'd say a gain of about 3 for Hodges. That's going to make it 3rd and 2. So Bryce Voss in on the tackle there. 3rd and 2 for Madison here from the 22-yard line. So long 2, short 3. So 5:35 to go here in the second quarter. Hahn in the backfield. And boy, the entire Vermillion line jumped. Almost makes you wonder if somebody moved on the Madison line, but it does not look like it. Looks like they're marking it off already against Vermillion.
On the defense, 5 yards, first down.
So that takes it down to the 17-yard line. of Vermillion. 1st and 10 for Madison. As our game is about 1 hour old. 5:25 to go as the Madison Marching Band is bringing their stuff out in the north end zone. As Hahn in the I formation, Hodges behind him, Peterson to the left, 2 receivers right, and Hahn will roll to his right, and he's looking to pass, throws deep, and he is going to hit number 16.
Flag on the play.
Miles Schneider, but there are 2 flags on the field, so we are not sure if that's a touchdown or not yet. 5:03 to go here in the second quarter. Let's get the call from the officials. And that does look like it's coming back.
Ineligible. Number 52 on the offense.
Hahn was back for quite a while, and so eventually the offensive lineman released. Illegal player downfield, illegal man downfield, 5-yard penalty, brings it back to the 22, makes it 1st and 15. 1st and 15 now for Madison from the 22-yard line. So 5:03 to go here in the second quarter. Vermillion looking to get a stop. And the ball's on the left hash mark. Hahn in the shotgun. Hodges lined up in the I, and Hahn will roll out to the right again, and he's going to be pressured, and that is hit, and that is going to be intercepted in the end zone. Interception in the end zone by Landon Cerny, and we're going to see that on our Pied Piper replay as well on Vermillion streaming. Second interception in the end zone for Vermillion. So the defense trying to come up big when needed. So Landon Cerny with that interception. You can see that on the Pied Piper instant replay. Again, Pied Piper celebrating 1 year of business in Vermillion. Just over the last couple of weeks. So 4:53 to go. Vermillion takes over on their own 20-yard line. They'd love to see a sustained drive. A drive that ends up in points and really cuts this into maybe a 1-score game. So Christofferson in the shotgun. Doan and Chapman left. Peterson right along with Cerny. And Christofferson's going to pull it, tuck it, and he's going to get about 4 yards. Christofferson will get 4 yards on that. Good decision by Christofferson for that run. Going to make it 2nd and 6 for the Tanagers from the 20. Oh, they marked him back at the 23. I disagree. But it's going to be 2nd and 7 then. So again, as always, if you're on the stream, we hope you'll like it and comment. If you have a player of the game that you'd like us to talk to, give us a mention on there and put their name out there, and we'll try to get a hold of them for At the Mic and for the next Tanager Talk. Christofferson with a quick one, and wow. Felt like they got there early. That was intended for Peterson, but falls incomplete. Really seemed like they got there just a touch early, but the officials disagreed. The Vermillion fans agree that they got their touch early, but they might be a little biased. I'm not sure. So it's going to be 3rd and 7 for the Tanagers from their own 23-yard line. Clock stops with 4:06. Man, if you don't get a first down here, you hate to have to give the ball back. That's a lot of time for Madison. But Christofferson alone in the shotgun. Ryan Chapman isolated to the right. Trips left. And Christofferson gets the snap. Looks left. Here's the throw. And that is to Cerny. And again, the Vermillion crowd thought they got there early. And Cerny was unable to collect it and gather it. That's going to make it 4th and 7 with 4:01 to go. So Christofferson, I believe, will punt away here. Ben Brooks back at his own 47-yard line. 2 good defensive plays because there were no calls, but if you're a Vermillion fan, you're probably thinking the defender maybe got there a little early. Kind of hard to tell on a bang-bang play like that, though.
Yeah, it's tough judgment from the ref. I don't mind the no calls, just it's so close.
Yeah, and you couldn't fault him either way, honestly. And here's the kick from Christofferson. That punt comes down to Brooks at the 43-yard line. A 34-yard punt for Christofferson, and that's where Madison will take over. They'll take over on their own 44-yard line. I thought he was at the 43, but it'll be 1st and 10 from their 44-yard line. And Vermillion looking to get a stop. 3:54 to go here in the second quarter on the Mesaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails 14-0. And this is Tanager football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Thank you for joining us on ESPN Radio as well as Vermillion streaming. And here's the snap to Cole Hahn. He looks left. Brooks goes for it, and that is going to be incomplete. And no flag there, so maybe these officials are just going to allow the defenders to do a little hand fighting. Because I think if you thought there should have been a call against Madison on those last two, then you would have to say there probably should have been a call here. So no calls at least is consistent. Don't you agree?
Yeah, and in that case, if both the receiver and the defender are playing a little hand fighting, then you don't really throw a flag since going back and forth.
Exactly. So Hahn back in the shotgun. Hodges deep. Quick hit to Ben Brooks at the 49-yard line. A gain of 5 yards to Brooks.
By number 29, Elijah Lawrence. Ball's out to the just shy of the 50-yard line. 3 down for the Bulldogs.
So 3:31 to go here in the second quarter. 14-0 on the Mesaba scoreboard. This is Tanager football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. As Hahn is in the shotgun, Madison at their own 49-yard line. 3rd and 5. Handoff to Hodges. He's to the 50, and he's going to get the first down. He makes it to the 45-yard line, and that will be a gain of 6 for Hodges. Raleigh French with the tackle. So that's 1st and 10 for Madison on the Vermillion 45-yard line. Again, a lot of this first half has been played on the Vermillion side of the field. So Hahn in the shotgun. Runners on either side of him. 2 receivers split right. And that no contact was made by Vermillion, and then Madison moved. I'm not sure you can call this on Vermillion. We'll see. I don't believe they made the contact. I think it's going to be a false start on Madison.
Well, it depends if the defender crossed the line or not.
I think, but the defender has the right to get back onto his side of the field. Nope, that is going to be encroachment.
5 yards, still first down.
Going to bring the ball out to the
Yeah, so if the defender crosses the line, it's still on the defense.
So that makes it 1st and 5 with 2:41 to go here in the second quarter as we get ready for the Fast Auto Glass halftime show. 3 receivers left, 1 right. Hodges in the backfield. Here's Hahn. Quick hit to the left, and that will be to Peterson. And that'll be a gain of about 4 yards. 4 yards for Jordan Peterson. We'll make it 2nd and 1. No, they only gave him 3. So that'll make it 2nd and 2.
Ball's on Vermillion's 38-yard line.
So it's at the 38-yard line of Vermillion. Long 2, short 3. Hahn looks to his right, and that is, wow, wide open was Garrett Van Leer, and he will be down to about the 22-yard line.
Tackle is made by number 1, Connor Peterson.
So gain of about 10 on that play.
Ball's at the Vermillion 27-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Bulldogs.
So gain of 10. Here's Hahn in the backfield again. Quick hit to the left to Peterson. Cerny out there to defend, and he's going to be stopped for no gain. No gain for Jordan Peterson. Raleigh French and Landon Cerny on the tackle. Makes it 2nd and 10 with 1:23 to go, and the ball on the 27-yard line of Vermillion. Madison working a little bit quicker now. They did take 1 timeout earlier. Here's a snap to Hahn. Hodges straight up the middle, and he's going to be met there, and he'll make it down to about the 19-yard line. And that's a gain of 8. Gain of 8, so that's going to make it 3rd and 2. And that'll be a timeout, Madison. So with 1:02 to go, Madison driving, leading 14-0. This timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Interior technicians.
Jerry, baby, I got a great idea for your next commercial. You're in a jungle with a dinosaur, looking for an outlet for your vacuum.
A dinosaur? No, I said Intech has over 30 years of commercial cleaning. You know, like office buildings, ensuring happy visitors and a healthy workforce.
Commercial buildings? I think I can work with that, Jerry. I'm gonna make you a star.
Oh my goodness. When you need it clean, call the Intech team.
Welcome back to Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Madison just took their second timeout. That timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. On the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion trails 14-0. Madison has the ball on their own 19-yard line. It's 3rd and 3. So Hahn in the backfield in the shotgun with an offset eye. One receiver right, two receivers right, one left. And French will take down Cole Hahn. Will take down Cohen Hahn. That's no gain. That's going to make it 4th and 3 with 50 seconds to go and the clock running. It looks like Madison's going to go for it as the clock keeps running. And that'll be another timeout taken by Madison, it looks like. Yes, another timeout taken by Madison, so we will take one as well. A quick 30-second timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. Madison leads Vermillion 14-0 with 40 seconds to go in the second quarter. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Hey kids, it's never too early to start planning for your future. Did you know Masaba provides scholarships and tuition assistance? They are committed to your success, offering engineering, drafting, and welding opportunities, plus scholarships, job shadowing, and mentorship programs. Learn more at masabainc.com/careers. When I grow up, I want to work at Masaba.
Masaba Manufacturing, unlock your future and rock with us.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher alongside Gage Ravelette and Jen Ashley. So we are up in the press box. 39.8 seconds to go. Madison leads 14-0. 4th and 3. Ben Brooks in the backfield, in the shotgun, looks to pass. Goes over the middle to Peterson, and that will be a touchdown for the Madison Bulldogs. We can see that touchdown pass on our Pied Piper replay on Vermillion streaming. That is a 19-yard touchdown pass from Ben Brooks to Jordan Peterson. That makes the score 20-0 with 33.9 seconds to go. Tyler Troxel to kick the extra point to try to make it 21-0. So here's the snap and the hold. And the kick is up, and that is good. So 33.9 seconds to go. It is Madison 21, Vermillion nothing on the Masaba scoreboard. We'll be back right after this for the final 34 seconds of quarter number 2.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in South Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the SDHSAA.
Welcome back to Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Alongside Gage Ravelette, I'm Michael Schumacher, as we are bringing you Tanager Football, and brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on the Masaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails 21-0 as we are getting ready to head into our Fast Auto Glass halftime show, where we will give you stats and scores from around the state. Tyler Troxel to kick off to Vermillion. Back deep, Ryan Chapman and Connor Peterson. Kick will come down to Peterson at the 20-yard line. Picks it up there, 25, 30. Moves around, gets it to about the 33-yard line, a 13-yard return for Connor Peterson. Vermillion takes over there with 28.7 seconds to go in the second quarter.
First and 10 Vermillion on their own 33-yard line.
So first and 10 for the Tanagers from their own 33. Hayden Christofferson breaks the huddle. I mean, if you're Vermillion, I think you try to get something done here, but it's tough. They have 2 timeouts left. Christofferson in the shotgun. Here's the snap and the throw over the middle, and that's intercepted. Intercepted by Caleb Pedersen. He's got it back to the 20 or the 30, and he is out of bounds at the 25-yard line, 24-yard line. So now, 17.9 seconds left, and we'll see that on our Pied Piper replay as well. 17.9 seconds to go. Madison has a chance to really break this open.
Yeah, I can't blame Vermillion for throwing that ball. They was trying to make a play, short time, but at the same time, still got time on the clock, and Madison's right in scoring range.
Yeah, Madison's defense, their defensive backs really playing a nice game. Oh, wait, something's coming back. There was a flag, it looks like. Was it a block on the play?
On the return,
yep.
block in the back, number 25.
So a block in the back on Tyann Braskamp will give Madison the ball at the 42. So you really have a couple of chances at heaving it down the way. And so we'll see if Madison does try to do that. Vermillion hoping to keep it at 21-0 heading into half. We'll see. So 1 split to the right, 3 split to the left. Cohen Hahn in the backfield. Quick throw, pump fake, and he's going to throw it, and that's going to be incomplete. Well defended there.
Almost intercepted.
It was almost intercepted. Elijah Lara almost came down with that, but was unable to, but did keep the pass from being caught. So with 11 seconds to go, it's now 2nd and 10 for Madison from the 42. It does appear that they're going to try to go for things, that they're not just going to run out this clock. You can probably get 2 more plays like that. They'll try it again. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. On in the shotgun with Hodges in the eye. Nope. Hand off to Hodges, and that will end the first half with Vermillion trailing 21-0. We'll be back with the halftime, with our Fast Autoglass halftime show after this. After these messages, I'm Michael Schumacher, and this is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. On the Mesaba scoreboard, Vermillion trails 21-0. We'll be back after these messages on ESPN Radio and 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, and Vermillion streaming on YouTube.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in South Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the SDHSAA.
Hi, I'm Farron Pratt, president of First Dakota National Bank in Vermillion. It's just about game time, so grab some snacks, find your seat, and get ready to cheer on the Tanagers to a victory along with First Dakota. And after the game, when you've had a chance to catch your breath, come on down to First Dakota National Bank and chat with us about how we can win your business too. We've got a pretty impressive team, if I do say so myself. But for now, it's game time. Let's go Tanagers!
The Pizza Ranch Vermillion is your event headquarters. Enjoy the crisp salad bar, the country's best chicken, and fresh pizza. Want a custom pizza? Just ask. We are proud to offer the buffet your way. And the Fun Zone Arcade features 36 games, 2 golf simulators, and full bar. Perfect for pregame tailgates and parties. Have a business meeting, team, or office party? Reserve the Dakota Center. It holds up to 300 people. Order online at pizzaranch.com for delivery, or circle your wagons and make Pizza Ranch your tailgate place next to USG. The Dairy Queen Grill and Chill in Vermillion is proud to support local athletics like USD and the Tanagers. The DQ fall flavors are in, and DQ has great food at great prices. Get a $7 meal deal. Choose from a cheeseburger or 3-piece chicken basket with fries, a drink, and a sundae for only $7. Got an office team party or birthday party? If you want to celebrate, don't bake, buy a DQ cake. And DQ supports the Sanford Children's Network. So after the game, take your team for a thrill to the Dairy Queen Grill and Chill, 905 East Cherry Street, Vermillion, South Dakota.
Truckers, commercial fleet, car owners, when you need a DOT inspection, you need a battery, oil change, diagnostic, or specialized tire service for farm, auto, and heavy equipment, JFI will get your vehicle repaired and washed and back on the road. JFI proudly supports Vermillion Tanagers, the community of Vermillion, in business for nearly 100 years for a reason. JFI is the best, and that's no lie. JFI 1218 Compton Court, Vermillion.
If you're considering a new roof, you want to put your roof in the hands of Dave's Roofing. Dave's Roofing specializes in residential roofing and has over 10 years of experience. Dave's Roofing covers any job from a 60 to 80 mile radius of Sioux City and has a 10-man crew that completes most jobs in one day. Dave's Roofing will make sure the cleanup job is done right afterwards too. And the products installed are impact rated and eligible for homeowners insurance discounts. Look up Dave's Roofing on Facebook and check out the work that's been done and customer testimonials.
This is the Fast Autoglass of Vermillion halftime show. Fast Autoglass, always at your service. Now all your stats, recaps, and updates of Vermillion Tanagers football on ESPN 101.5, AM 1570, and Vermillion Streaming.
Welcome back to our Fast Autoglass halftime show alongside Jen Ashley and Gage Ravelette. I'm Michael Schumacher. Well, we have some stats to give you. Let's take a look at those. It was scoreless after the first quarter, and Vermillion was outscored 21-0 in that second quarter. They were able to hold off, and it could have been a little bit worse. There were 2 interceptions in the end zone by Vermillion, so you could easily be looking at a 28 or a 35-0 score. So good defensive plays by Vermillion did keep it from being much out of hand. But most of this game was played on the Vermillion side of the field. And so statistically, Madison had 11 first downs, Vermillion 1. Rushing, Madison 19 times for 120 yards. You know, about 6.5 yards per carry, 6.4. Vermillion, 6 carries for 0 yards. You know, that's a big part of it. Now, if they could be offset with passing, that'd be one thing. But unfortunately, passing, Vermillion is 3 of 16 with 3 interceptions for 21 yards. Madison is 11 of 16, 2 interceptions, but 88 yards. So 208 yards of total offense for Madison on 35 plays, 21 yards of offense for Vermillion on 22 plays. So the Madison band, unfortunately, they don't face this way. They're facing the Madison crowd, but they are putting on their performance out there. And no fumbles. Again, 1 punt return for 7 yards for Vermillion. Ben Brooks back there receiving punts for Madison is fair caught it every time. Kickoff returns. Vermillion has returned 3 kickoffs for 46 yards. Interceptions and returns. Vermillion has intercepted 2 with no return. 3 interceptions with 22 yards in returns for Madison. Punting, 2 for 28 yards for Madison, 4 for 30. Average, I should say, not 28 yards total. And then no fumbles. And then penalties, 6 for 65 for Madison. So they've been dinged a few times. Vermillion, 5 for 25. And there again, that's another one. Forced Madison to punt. And that was a big play off the left-hand side, a swing pass off the left that gained about 25 yards that got called back for, I think, a block in the back down the field. So a few miscues by Madison have kept this more in check. Vermillion still within striking distance. But time of possession, 25 minutes. Okay, I'm not quite sure. They have 25 minutes for Madison and 11 for Vermillion. But there's only been 24 minutes of game time, so I do believe that's inaccurate. So I don't believe they've had the ball 14 more minutes than us. One of those is incorrect, is all I'm saying. So,
yeah.
And 2 sacks by Madison for 20 yards and loss. 1 sack by Vermillion for 5 yards and loss. Christopherson has run the ball 4 times for 12 yards in lost yardage. Ryan Chapman, 2 for 12 gained. Hodges, 10 for 59 for Madison. Peterson, 5 for 34. Brooks, 1 for 31. And Hahn, 3 for a -4. Passing, again, Christopherson, 3 of 16 for 21 yards. Hahn, 10 of 14 for 69 yards. Brooks, 1 of 1 for 19 yards. And receiving, Peterson, 2 of 15 for Vermillion. Doan, 1 of 6. Brooks, 7 of 56. So he has 1 more reception in this game than he had coming into the night. So Jordan Peterson, 3 for 22, and Garrett Van Lier, 1 for 10. And Traquin Thomas with an interception, and Ryan Chapman with an interception. I believe I may have called it for Landon Cerny, so it must have ended in a 1. I apologize. Traquin Thomas with the interception. And then Shane Veenhoff, 1 interception, 13-yard return. Caleb Pedersen, 1 for 9 yards, and 1 for no yards for Cale Johnson. So those are your stats. When we come back after this 1-minute break, we will bring you scores from around the state. This is your Fast Auto Glass halftime show brought to you by, you guessed it, Fast Auto Glass. I'm Michael Schumacher alongside Jen Ashley and Gage Ravelette. We'll be back with the rest of the halftime show after this on ESPN Radio and Vermillion streaming on YouTube.
Are you ready to start a career with an exciting team? Thermobond is looking to add to our team of experts. We offer competitive wages, a positive work environment, and on-the-job training. Thermobond is headquartered in Elk Point, South Dakota, and for over 30 years we've been providing lightweight and precast solutions for multiple industries nationwide. Check us out and see if you'd like to start a new career with us today.
Welcome to Runnings in Vermillion. Shop their great lineup of clothes for women, names like Ariat and Carhartt for men, boots and shoes and kids' clothing. Runnings has a large supply of animal food and accessories. Love the outdoors? See the selection of ammo, firearms, and fishing equipment. For everything you need, walk through the doors at Runnings, your home, farm, and outdoor store, Vermillion.
I'm Blaine Olson, owner of Blaine's Body Shop in Vermillion. I grew up here, graduated here, and now have a business here. I'm proud to serve the community that has helped me live this dream. I have top-notch equipment, the latest in training, along with a work ethic and the desire to serve you. Should you need repairs in the future, please remember Blaine's Body Shop across from Polaris on the Highway 50 bypass in Vermillion.
Blaine's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Now online at blainesbodyshop.com.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. This is the Fast Auto Class halftime show. Let's take a look around the state as Vermillion trails Madison 21-0. A number of big scores out there. And let's start with in 11A, where Vermillion and Madison both reside. Tri-Valley receiving votes leads number 4 Dakota Valley at halftime, and a bit of a surprise. That's at Dakota Valley. West Central over Lennox, 13-12 at the half. That's number 3 Lennox. West Central, they've struggled a little bit this season. Del Rapids, number 5, 36-0 over Millbank. Number 1, Sioux Falls Christian over number 2, Canton, 42-0. 42-0. Those two teams last week were tied for first, so that one's going to be a tough one. That's a tough comeback for Sioux Falls Christian with 1 minute to go in the third quarter. Hot Springs leads Lakota Tech 49-8. Rapid City Christian leads Chamberlain 39-6, and Belle Fourche leads Deadwood 6-0. In 11 AAA, Harrisburg, I'm going to say, I thought this might be a bigger game. I was a little worried. Harrisburg 21. They're the top-ranked team in 11 AAA. Yankton, the fourth-ranked team in AA, 14. So Yankton holding their own against the Harrisburg Tigers. Sioux Falls Washington defeated Rapid City Stevens 35-7. O'Gorman leads Rapid City Central 13-0 with 3 minutes to go in the first. Sioux Falls Lincoln 14-0 over Sioux Falls Jefferson. And those are your scores for 11 AAA. In AA, it's T Area over Douglas 58-3. That's a final. Watertown over Mitchell 21-14 with 10 minutes to go in the third. Aberdeen Central leads Spearfish 7-6. That's third-ranked Spearfish. Remember earlier, I did call that game for Aberdeen Central, so we'll see if I'm prescient or just arrogant. Brookings, number 5 Brookings leads number 2 Pier. The Evil Empire might go down 2 weeks in a row. Again, Katie and I had a bump in our relationship a few weeks ago when I found out she went to actual Pier games, went to the Dome to see Pier games. It's been a whole thing. But Brookings leads Pier 6-0. Huron, with 10 minutes to go in the second, tied with Sturgis 0-0. All right, we looked at 11A. Let's look at 11B. Nebraska right now tied 10-10 against Illinois. Thank you for the update, Katie. Hot Springs over Lakota Tech in 11B, 49-8. Sioux Valley over Sisseton, 42-6. EPJ over Baltic, 39-0. Clark Willow Lake over Parker, 28-0. Winner leads Woonsocket Wessington Springs Sanborn Central, 16-6. Woonsocket Wessington Springs Sanborn Central, though they're losing, they are showing that I think they deserve that ranking in the top 3, 4, 5. That's 9 minutes to go in the third. Groton Area over Dual, 7-3. Belle Fourche leads Deadwood against 6-0. Bridgewater Emery Ethan 20-6 over Wagner. And Flandreau 7-6 over McCook Central Montrose. In 9-man football, Burke leads Scotland Menno 25-14. Leola Frederick Area leads number 4 Falkton Area 22-18. We discussed that game earlier. That's at the half. We thought that would be a test to see how good Leola Frederick Area actually was. And it looks like they might be pretty good. Hamlin defeated Florence Henry 64-8. Freeman Marion Freeman Academy leads Alcester Hudson 26-0 at the half. Gregory leads Stanley County 26-14 at the half. Kimball White Lake leads Bonhomme 26-0 at 10 minutes to go in the third. Elkton Lake Benton 55-8 over Great Plains Lutheran at the half. And Hill City leads Faith 40-0 at the half. Gayville Vollen and Irene Wakanda, that is a final. On homecoming for Gayville Vollen, they come out victorious 56-20. Chester Area leads Dubrook Area 33-14 with 1 minute to go. Centerville in what could be a huge upset. Centerville at the half leads Del Rapids St. Mary 32-16. Now, if you heard Jay Elson on Calling All Sports, they talked about how strong that Del Rapids St. Mary team was. So Centerville could come away with a huge upset there. We'll keep an eye on that. Sully Buttes leads Potter County 38-0. Howard over Canastota 19-0 with 3 minutes to go in the third. And Woolsey Wessington, number 4, leads Platte Geddes 22-6 at the half. Harding County Bison 22, Lemon McIntosh 8 with 11 minutes to go in the third. The Fighting Penfields need to get on their horses there. And with 11 minutes to go in the second, Phillip leads Receiving Votes Kadoka Area 12-6. And Lyman leads Bennett County 16-0 with 1 minute to go in the first. And as we mentioned earlier, Avon defeated Colombe 72-6. Coleman Egan over Sioux Falls Lutheran 60-6. And that will do it for our 9-man look around the state. This has been your halftime show brought to you by Fast Auto Glass. We'll be right back after these messages on ESPN Radio and Vermillion streaming on YouTube. We'll be back. This is Tanager Football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank, where Vermillion trails 21-0 on the Mesaba scoreboard.
Get the finest wood in the neighborhood. Down at the lumber yard. Down at the lumber yard.
It's not just wood at the lumberyard. With a wide variety of quality building materials, the folks at the lumberyard can help you with all of your project needs. Whether it be paint, siding, cabinets, windows, or of course lumber, the lumberyard is ready to help. The best wood in the neighborhood at the lumberyard, 1000 West Cherry Street in Vermillion. Midwest Ready Mix and Clark's Rentals are your locally owned and operated ready mix and rental companies available in both Yankton and Vermillion. The Oshkosh front discharge mixers allow for easy placement of concrete and they're nearly unstoppable. More of a do-it-yourself fan? You can also get all your hand tools, mini excavators, skid steers, aerial lift equipment, and more for any job you need to get done. Choose Midwest Ready Mix and Clark's Rentals as your concrete and rental equipment headquarters of Yankton and Vermillion.
This is your invitation to thrive in Yankton, South Dakota. Nestled on the bluffs of the Missouri River, plenty of outdoor adventures are waiting. Whether you work remote or in a traditional office, we have a spot for you. Quality health care, diverse manufacturing, progressive school system, Mount Marty University, and so much more. Explore with family and friends. Let's thrive together.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. I'm Michael Schumacher alongside Jen Ashley and Gage Ravelette, where Vermillion trails on the Masaba scoreboard 21-0. That was our Fast Out of Glass halftime show. We hope you appreciated that. We'll be back with more of that. And just looking at some college scores, again, the Huskers, the number 22 Huskers, are tied with Illinois 10-10. That's with 50 seconds to go in the second quarter. That we'll keep you updated on that. And it looks like Syracuse and Stanford are also tied. And just a reminder, Vermillion USD plays tomorrow. That game is set for 1 o'clock noon pregame, 11 o'clock pre-game with brought to you by Dick Sunday, featuring yours truly. So when we get back, I will do the pre-game show for you. Hope you'll enjoy that. It's always scintillating, tantalizing, energizing, whatever you want to say on an early Saturday morning. And again, yes, Stanford leads Syracuse 13-10. Another game tonight will be San Jose State and Washington State. Well, let's get it back here as Vermillion and Raleigh French will kick off. Back deep for Madison, trying to see that number.
Number 59, Raleigh French will be kicking off.
Looks like it's number 12, Ryland Johnson. So here's French. Vermillion moving left to right. And they always squib it down the middle. There's it at the 30, picked up by Peterson, to the 40, to the 45, and he will make it to the 46-yard line. So that is where Madison will take over.
Tackle was made by number 59, Raleigh.
So Raleigh French, the kicker, made the tackle. Raleigh's been everywhere.
First and 10 from their own 45-yard line.
So that's the first and 10 from the 45-yard line for this Madison squad. As we are back from halftime, Vermillion has a lot of work to do, but with their offense, if they can get it clicking, they can do it. They just need to find that. They need to find the right recipe. And there's a handoff up the middle for Madison. I didn't see if that was Hodges. I assume it was. Yep, Caleb Hodges with the carry for about 3 yards, makes it 2nd and 7. Nope, gain of 4, 2nd and 6. I did not realize that he had gotten that far. So Hahn brings him to the line. 3 receivers left with Ben Brooks split out wide left. Jordan Peterson now comes into the backfield. Here's the handoff to Peterson over the right-hand side. He's to the 50-yard line. And that will be a gain of 1. So that'll make it 3rd and 5 If you're the Tanagers, a 3 and out would be perfect. A perfect way to get this second half started.
Yeah, and so far it kind of looks like it. What, 3rd and 5?
And this is what they're able to do. They're able to get these stops. It's the big play that tends to kill them. And so if they can stay contained and with their assignments, and that's easier said than done. The offense is designed to fool you and confuse you and pick you and stuff like that. So we'll see. But 3rd and 4, 5. Here's Hahn. A long 4, short 5. Here's Hahn. He'll roll out to his left. And that throw is to Peterson. And that's only going to be a gain of 1. That is going to be a gain of 1. It's going to be 4th and 3 for this Madison team when you're at the Vermillion. And Nebraska just scored a touchdown with 16 seconds left to go before halftime, making it 17-10. We'll keep you up to date on the Huskers. We are a sports organization. It's ESPN Radio for a reason. All right, so they are going to go for it. 4th and 3 from the Vermillion 48-yard line. Hahn looks to the sideline, and they might just try to draw Vermillion off. They've done that a couple of times, and they might do a quick snap here right at the end. But it feels like they're running out of time, and that is going to be a 5-yard penalty. They were really just trying to draw Vermillion off. With the punt, losing 5 yards here, you're not going to lose much in field position.
Well, Michael, it looked like they called an audible.
Wow, so they did call a false start. I thought the flag was a delay of game.
It looked like the coach tried to signal in an audible, and they couldn't get it off.
And it just took so long. I thought it was a delay of game, but it was actually a false start. So this time they will punt. And back to kick is number 17, Brock Olson. And here's that kick. And that's going to drop at about the 36-yard line. And that's where it lands out of bounds. So, no. Okay, they're going to give it to him at the 34, I guess. I thought it was more like the 36. And Coach OB agrees with me. It should be at the 36. But they're going to start at the 34. So Vermillion with a 3 and out. Exactly what they want to start the second half. Now we'll see if the offense can get something going here. So again, thank you to Katie for texting me updates. If you guys have updates and you want to text me, 605-661-5858. I will update scores throughout. If you have scores from Nebraska to give me, anything like that, if it's of relevance, I will update. Here's the throw from Christofferson. And that was a miscommunication between Christofferson and Cerny. Cerny had cut off the route, and Christofferson thought it was a fly route. And that's just two players, just a lack of communication. So 9:24 to go here in the third quarter of the second half. It's 9:24 to go. Vermillion trails on the Mesaba scoreboard 21-0. As Christofferson goes back into the shotgun, 3 receivers left, 1 right. And here's the snap. Christofferson, he'll keep it over the left-hand side, trying to get around the corner, runs into Peterson and into the back of his own carrier, and that's going to be a gain of about 4. Gain of 4 for Christofferson will make it 3rd and 6. 3rd and 6 for the Tanagers here in the third quarter. 9:08 to go. And there's a timeout taken by Vermillion early on. So 8:56 to go. This timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. For all of your appliance needs, contact Murph's Appliance. 21-0 on the Mesaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
For over 40 years, your local heating and cooling contractor has been Larry's Heating and Cooling. How do we stay in business that long? Our customers know we stand behind our work. We offer top quality name brand equipment, and no one matches our pricing. When compared to the other local Lennox dealers based in Iowa, we are $2,000 less for the same equipment. Not a Larry's customer? Well, when you're ready to upgrade, trust Larry's. Honest pricing, no gimmicks, and reliable service. Larry's Heating and Cooling, Yankton and Vermillion.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank on the Mesaba scoreboard. Vermillion trails 21-0. That timeout was brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. So Christofferson in the backfield. Chapman lined up behind him in the I. 1 receiver left, 3 receivers right. Quick pass, and that's going to be out of the outstretched arms of Nolan Nygren, and that will make it 4th and 6. So 4th and 6, you almost wonder, down 3 scores with 8:53 to go. Do you go for it if you're the Tanagers and it's 4th and 6?
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's still plenty of time in the game. You can give up 1 possession here.
Yep, so Christofferson will go back to punt. Connor Peterson comes out. He's the jammer, wide right. Landon Cerny goes out left, just in case you're wondering about a fake. And Elijah Lara comes in, or Caleb Lara, sorry. And here's the kick from Christofferson. That's a line drive past Ben Brooks. And that's going to line over to Ben Brooks at the 20. And they're going to take him. No, he is still running. He's at the 40. And he is out to the 42-yard line. Wow. What looked like a bad decision on Brooks' part ends up being a great decision. A 22-yard return for Ben Brooks. Just a great athlete. In his little video on the big screen, he dabs. And I didn't know that was still a thing.
I don't think it is.
I was never in on anything, so I know no trends. So things can be hip, and I would never know. 21-0 on the Mesaba scoreboard. 8:40 to go here in the third quarter. Here's the snap to Hahn. Hahn looks to his left. That's a quick pass just over the middle. I didn't catch the number, but a gain of about 1. Yep, to Jordan Peterson. Gain of about 1. Makes it 2nd and 9 as the clock continues to run. 8:25 and counting. And if you're Madison, I wouldn't see why you'd take too many chances that would stop the clock, because if you're able to get first downs at all, I mean, 3 scores is a lot when you have 20 minutes left to do it.
Yeah, I would expect Madison to come out and run the ball a lot more than I guess both teams did in that first half.
Run the ball or those quick little short passes that are fairly easy. And there's a handoff to Peterson over the right-hand side, and Peterson is tackled after a gain of about 1 or 2. And he almost looks like Peterson, I thought he was slow getting up, and yes, he is. Peterson might be hurt. Oh yes, he is having trouble putting weight on that left leg. So Peterson walks off, and that's going to be a gain of 2. So 3rd and 7, but Jordan Peterson, a big loss for this Madison Bulldogs team. And so 3rd and 7 for Madison from their own 45-yard line. As Hahn in the shotgun, 3 receivers left, 1 right, and a runner in the backfield. Hahn will roll to his left. Here's a throw to Brooks at the 50, 45, and he's down to the 42-yard line of Vermillion. That's a gain of 13 yards. So that is a Madison first down. Clock will stop temporarily at 7:07 while they move the chains. And they wind it back up. Now 7:04 and counting. So Madison now at the Vermillion 43-yard line. And suddenly, we're about halfway through this third quarter. The clock becomes Vermillion's enemy. 6:51 to go. Hahn in the shotgun. 1 receiver left, 3 right. Hahn will roll to his right. Voss will chase. Lara will chase, and that will be an incomplete pass. That'll make it 2nd and 10, and the clock will stop with 6:41 to go in the third quarter. This Vermillion defense is getting pressure. Bryce Voss, Raleigh French. I'm not hearing Cameron Bottleson's name as much as we have in the past couple of games. But French and Voss are making some real inroads. So Hahn now on the left hash mark. In the shotgun, 3 receivers right, 1 left. And Hahn looks to throw deep, and no penalty flag.
There it is.
No, they did throw a penalty flag. I thought their feet just got tangled up. I really did. It did not look like there was hands. It looked like the feet got tangled up as they were both looking back. What did you see?
I don't know. It all happened so fast. I'm trying to see if I can see the replay of it. Oh, he might have had his hands on his back there.
Yeah, maybe, but man, I don't know. But nevertheless, they don't ask my opinion.
Yeah, it looked pretty close to me, but with the ball coming in and just the situation it was, that's going to be a flag more times than not.
And Ben Brooks unable to get too much. Got about 2 yards there. Makes it 2nd and 8.
Tackle made by number 59, Raleigh French.
So 2nd and 8 for Madison from the 26-yard line of Vermillion. Hahn in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 1 receiver right. And Hodges in the backfield. He'll bull straight ahead for a gain of about 4 yards for Hodges.
Third and short now. I'd say if I'm Madison, I'm taking the shot at the end zone, knowing that you can go for it on 4th down and still be all right if you don't get it.
3rd and 4. Yeah, I mean, the way they've been able to get yards running, it does make sense to maybe take a shot at the end zone. But 5:26 to go. Man, this third quarter, for as long as that first half took, this third quarter is just flying by. Hahn in the shotgun. Ben Brooks now in the backfield with him. 1 receiver left, 1 receiver right, and that's going to be a false start on Madison. I believe the receiver out on the right-hand side went early. So that flag will cost Madison 5 yards, bring them back to the 27-yard line. So that makes it still 3rd and 9, but I think that probably does change your mindset a little bit, that maybe you run the ball twice and try to get that first down, keep the drive going. Because honestly, if you could get a couple of first downs, you can almost milk away the rest of this entire third quarter.
Yeah, I say if they get a first down here, they can give Vermillion the ball back with just under 2 minutes.
Yep.
Minute
And
left.
so Hahn in the shotgun, 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. Here's the snap. Hahn under pressure, gets it out to Hodges. Hodges at the 25, gets ahead back to the 22, back to about the original line of scrimmage before that false start penalty. So that's going to make it 4th and about 4. And if you're Madison, I mean, you don't punt here, and obviously you don't. You're not kicking a field goal. So we'll see what they draw up for a play. I wouldn't be surprised if they went with Brooks somehow. And it looks like maybe Brooks is going to be split out wide left, along with Quinn Fleming. Hahn in the shotgun with 2 receivers right. Hodges in the backfield. Here's the snap to Hahn, a quick pass, and that's going to be complete. That's completed to Miles Schneider, and he's going to be hit at about the 19-yard line.
Looks like they gave it to him.
Yeah. They did give it to him. No, yes. Yep, they gave it to him down to the 18-yard line. And that is a first down for Madison. And Coach O'Boyle disagrees because that looks like a really generous spot. But 4:13 right now. Clock is stopped while they move the chains. Madison comes to the line. And the clock has started. Brooks in the backfield with Hahn. Brooks just looks out of place out there at 6'7", but here's the handoff to him over the right-hand side, and he is tackled from the side. No gain by, guess who? Raleigh French. I got to say, Raleigh French might be my player of the game just because we are calling his name so often on defense that I just think we have to. So I'd like to get in touch with Raleigh French for the player of the week for the next Tanager Talk, brought to you by Dakota Realty. But right now on the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion trails 21-0, 3:43 to go here in the third quarter. This is Tanager football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Hahn again in the shotgun, takes the snap, throws left, and he hits Fleming at the 5-yard line. And that is going to be another first down.
Looked to be a late hit in the backfield, too.
There's a flag in the backfield. Oh, no. But not going to be, honestly, at this point, it's not going to really cost you too much. But so 3:26 to go. There is a flag on the field. We'll see what the penalty is. So it's going to be 1st and goal from the 5. unless it's a penalty on Madison. I guess I'm just taking Gage at his word here, so we'll see.
It looked pretty late thrown, but I guess I didn't fully see what it was.
So the officials are all getting together to discuss this. The guy from the side judge is like, hey, what about me, guys? So they are, does look like they're poised to walk this back. No, they're putting it to they're walking it back.
Dead ball. Personal foul. 58 red. After the play, it's 15. It'll be first and 10.
So it's going to be first and 10, but it's because it was after the play, but it'll be first and 10 now from the 18-yard line, as that was a late hit by Madison, by one of their linemen. So you wonder if the hit on the quarterback caused one of the linemen to get all up in his feels and retaliate.
Yeah.
So either way, it's still first and 10. Honestly, if you're Madison, it just gives you that much more yardage to try to take time off the clock right now. So 3:17 to go here in the third quarter, as Madison they are taking every second of every play, huddling and breaking that huddle. So Hahn brings them to the line. Hodges to his left. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Here's Hahn with a pass over to Ben Brooks into the end zone. That's a touchdown for Madison, making it 27-0. That replay can be seen on our Vermillion streaming on YouTube. That is brought to you by Pied Piper in Vermillion. Pied Piper celebrating 1 year of business in the Vermillion community. A touchdown by Ben Brooks from Cohen Hahn makes it 27-0 with 2:59 to go here in the third quarter. And Tyler Troxel to try the extra point. Here's the snap, the hold, kick is up, and the kick is good.
Almost blocked.
28-0. What's that?
Almost blocked.
It was almost blocked. We've almost been getting to it. He kicks rather low, but he's been good so far. So 28-0, 2:59 to go. We'll be back after this 30-second timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance. On the Mesaba scoreboard, 28-0 in favor of Madison. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Being safe means you're sort of protecting yourself. My mom and dad told me how to be safe. It's like super duper important. Hold a grown-up's hands. Put a helmet on because you might hurt your head super duper bad.
Protect their future by protecting yours with your local State Farm agent, Dick Sunday.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager Football from the campus of Dakota State University, where Wild Thing, Katie Crossway Louiday once roamed these halls. We are here for Madison football as they take on Vermillion Tanagers. Madison leads 28-0 with 2:59 to go in the third quarter. Tyler Troxel to kick off to Connor Peterson and Ryan Chapman. Vermillion needing to get something going here in the final 15 minutes of this game. So right now they have 21 yards passing on 18 attempts and 4 yards rushing on 7 attempts. That kick comes down to Peterson, slips through his hands. He'll take it up at the 8, and he will step out of bounds at the 12-yard line and get tackled there. Man, that's the trickiness of that ball right along the sidelines, because you're trying to field it without stepping out, but then you kind of alligator arm it because you're so careful about the sidelines. So Vermillion now with their worst field position of the night, starting off on their own 12-yard line.
You know, I have to say, this Madison kicker, for being an 8th grader, is wonderful.
That's what we need to remember. An 8th grader, this Tyler Troxel. You have to wonder if there's with development, he could be the next great kicker that comes out of South Dakota. So here's Christopherson. Hands off to Ryan Chapman, and Chapman goes for about 2 yards to about the 14-yard line.
Yeah, we've only had a few good kickers come out of this place.
Yeah, and one of them, Adam Vinatieri, is up for the Hall of Fame this year as a nominee. So best of luck to Adam Vinatieri. And there is a flag.
There's a flag in the play.
Encroachment on the defense.
That'll be an encroachment on Madison. So that's going to make it 2nd and 9. Or 2nd and 4. So Vermillion looking at hopefully getting a first down here. They're at their own 19-yard line.
Have to think quick pass to the sideline here just to get the clock stopped.
Yep. Oh, Chapman over the left-hand side, and he's got a first down. He's to the 20, 30. He's to the 32-yard line. And that's a 13-yard gain for Ryan Chapman. The first real run of significance on the night for Vermillion. So Vermillion with a little breathing room now. Minute 39 to go here in the third quarter. Vermillion looking to get something going. Down 28-0. Christofferson in the shotgun. Here's the snap and the handoff again to Chapman. This time over the right-hand side. Breaks a couple of tackles. He's a man who is on a mission. And that's a gain of about 6 yards for Ryan Chapman. That'll be maybe 5.5 to about the 38-yard line. So that is a nice play by Ryan Chapman, making it 2nd and a long 4, a short 5.
Yeah, this should open up the pass game too, finally.
And that's what you hope. That's what you hope, is if you can establish this, all of a sudden they have to start respecting that run a little bit more when Chapman's in the backfield. Maybe holds those linebackers and defensive backs just a little bit. So here's Christofferson, 3 right, 1 left, Chapman in the backfield. Handoff to Chapman. That was a bad snap that delayed it just long enough that Chapman was tackled in the backfield after a loss of about 4 for Chapman.
So helmet comes off. He has to take a play off.
He does, I believe.
Even if it's unintentionally, too.
Yeah. So he has to go to the sideline, number 71. Helmet flew off. But that makes it 3rd and 8 in the final 18 seconds of this third quarter. This third quarter has gone by relatively quickly. So Christofferson in the shotgun, Chapman in the backfield with him. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Christofferson will keep it, go off the right-hand side. And he's going to get close to the 40-yard line. He's going to be about 2 yards short. But we're going to start the fourth quarter with Vermillion making a decision about 4th and about 1.5 yards or 2. So a long 1, short 2. We'll be back with the fourth quarter after this. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Vermillion trails 28-0 on the Mesaba scoreboard, and we'll be right back on ESPN Radio and Vermillion streaming on YouTube.
Fuller Digital Solutions started small, but now we're growing as FDS provides live streaming coverage for over 20 schools across 3 different states on our Fuller Digital Solutions YouTube channel. Subscribe to get notified when we go live for your school events. Big events are captured live, and your business can get noticed with advertising during our live streams. Local talent and camera operators are encouraged to contact us too. For future employment, no experience necessary, we will train. For information about advertising or working with Fuller Digital Solutions, email us and follow us on Facebook.
Clay County Abstract and Title Company has a complex job that boils down to something very simple: helping you purchase your dream with confidence. When investing in a new home, a new site for your business, or piece of property, you want peace of mind that the property is truly yours. Clay County Abstract and Title Company has been doing just that since 1946. Clay County Abstract and Title Company, proud supporters of Vermillion activities and proud to be a part of your dreams come true.
Welcome back to the fourth quarter. Tanagers with 4th and 2 from their own 40-yard line. They are in the shotgun. It's Christofferson with Chapman behind him. 1 receiver left, right, 3 receivers left. And here's the snap. Handoff to Chapman. Oh, he is swarmed under, and Madison will take over at the 39-yard line of Vermillion. Vermillion had to, though. You have to go for it there. When you have 12 minutes left and you need 4 scores, unless you're waving the white flag, you needed to go for that there. So Madison takes over at the 39-yard line. Vermillion now has 21 yards rushing on 18. 21 yards passing on 18 attempts, 3 completions. Rushing, they now have 25 yards on 13 carries, which is better than what they had in the first half. They had 6 rushes for no yards. So they've increased it, 25 yards on 7 carries here in the second half. Cohen Hahn in the shotgun. And they hand it off to Caleb Hodges. And Hodges pulls ahead for a gain of about 4, making it 2nd and 6 with 11:48 to go in the fourth quarter.
Tackle was made by 65,
Cameron Bottleson with the tackle. I told you we'd start hearing his name just a little bit.
2nd 6.
So Hahn in the shotgun, a back on either side. I don't see Brooks in there anymore. Here's the handoff to number 20, Jade Wilkins. And Wilkins bulls through down to about the 24-yard line. That's about a 21-yard gain.
Vermillion there was almost playing like they were expecting pass.
Yeah, so
with extra linemen out there. Don't know what the game plan was.
So gain of about 11 there for Madison. First down, 1st and 10 with 10:52 to go. Here's the snap to Hahn. Back to Wilkins again, and he's going to go ahead for about 3 or 4 yards. Jade Wilkins getting some playing time. That's going to be the ball on the 21-yard line, so that'll make it 2nd and 7. Clock will continue to run, 10:26 to go here in the fourth quarter, as you see Madison really just trying to milk that clock. Like I said, I don't see a number of their starters out there anymore. No, I guess Caleb Hodges is still out there. Peterson's injured. Jordan Peterson. I don't see Ben Brooks out there, though. Here's Hahn, hands off to Hodges, right up the middle. Gain of about 10, and that's going to be first down and 10 for Madison with 9:59 to go as they stop the clock with 9:59 to move the chains. And Madison's running game is just becoming stronger. And that's what happens if you look at their rosters, just the number of players out for Vermillion. You have a total of 34, where you have almost double that for Madison. And so fatigue becomes an issue because you don't have that depth. You don't have all of those players to go to. And Sioux Falls Christian defeated Canton 49-7. Here's Hodges over the left-hand side. Tackled after a gain of about a yard, maybe 2. That's going to make it 2nd and 8.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, Madison has that freshman 6'2", 280 or whatever it was, and if you're able to put freshmen out on the offensive line and they can fill the hole as big as your senior can, it does wonders for your team.
It really does. So 8:48 and counting, 28-0 Madison. Hahn in the backfield. Hodges to his left, Wilkins to his right. The handoff to Hodges over the right-hand side. And Hodges just keeps on driving, but there is a penalty flag as Hodges gains about 3 yards. So clock stops with 8:35. We'll see what the flag is. And that's going to be a hold on Madison. Number 69. Number 69 on Madison. That's a hold on Israel Uverson. So as they walk that off, that'll make it second and, they're back to the 17-yard line. That'll make it about 2nd and 15. So ball in the 17, 8:26 to go and counting as Madison comes to the line now. Hahn brings him up in the shotgun, 2 back set again, and then 1 receiver left, 1 receiver right. It's Quinn Fleming left and Miles Schneider right. Here's the snap. Again to Hodges, straight up the middle, and he's going to gain about 5 yards. Gain of about 5 yards again for Caleb Hodges. That's going to make it 3rd and 10 as the clock continues to run. 7:55 and counting. Again, this looking not to be Vermillion's night, as they just have not been able to get any traction defensively or offensively. A total of 46 yards from scrimmage for the Tanagers on 31 plays. So here's Hahn in the shotgun, as Madison has found their running game and taking every second they can. Again, handoff to Hodges over the right-hand side, and he'll bull ahead for a gain of about 3. And that's going to make it, it's going to make it about 4th and 4. So Troxel will come out to try a field goal. The 8th grader, this will be a 24-yard field goal as the ball is on the 14-yard line, just over the right hash. This would make it 31-0. And that's, oh, no. Offsides on Vermillion will give him a first down, I believe. Or was it a false start? Was it a false start on Madison or offsides on Vermillion? The officials are discussing it. If it's offsides, it becomes a 29-yard field goal. If it's offsides, it becomes a first down. It is encroachment. Half the distance to the goal, but it's still 4th down. It's just closer. The ball is now on the 7. And it makes it 4th and 3. So now this will make it a 20-yard field goal. Here's the kick. It's up, and that is blocked. And that will be no good. Vermillion will take over with 6:25 to go. So with 6:25 to go on the Masaba scoreboard, Vermillion trails 28-0. And here comes the offense out for Vermillion, seeing if they can get on the board tonight. And sometimes that's the biggest thing. If you're able to get on the board, get a score, sometimes it feels a little bit better.
Have something to stack off of.
What's that?
Have something to build off of.
Yep, have something to build off of. So for homecoming, they just announced the classes of 1974 and 1984 are in attendance. So Hayden Christopherson brings out the play. Madison back on defense. Still, a number of their starters. I see Ben Brooks out there now on defense. He was not out there on offense. But, you take more shots when you're on offense. Might be just protecting him. 6'7", 220. Probably doesn't want to take a ton of hits. And here's a flag. Looks like a delay of game.
Delay game on the offense. 5 yards, still first down.
So 1st and 15. Ball will be on the 15-yard line for the Tanagers. So here's Christopherson with Chapman in the backfield. Handoff to Chapman over the right-hand side. He bounces around the corner. He's to the 20. He's going to be pushed out of bounds about the 23-yard line by Ben Brooks. And so that's going to be a gain of 8 for Ryan Chapman. And that's going to make it 2nd down and 7. So 2nd down and 7, ball on the 23, Vermillion huddling up. looking to make this a drive. Make this a drive that scores. Try to get something on the board. With 6:18 to go, clock is stopped, having been pushed out of bounds. Here's Christopherson in the shotgun. And they're going to hand off to Chapman now. Misdirection over the left-hand side. And he's going to gain about 3-4 yards. So nice job running by Ryan Chapman. That'll make it third and 3. Because the ball is now on the 27-yard line, so 3rd and 3. They need to get to the 30-yard line to get a first down. So 12 yards on 2 carries for Ryan Chapman. And I think after tonight, maybe you'll find that balance between passing and running, because Chapman, he has an ability to run, and if they're stretched because of the receivers, might open something up for him, but then might force them to compress to stop the run. And Chapman again to the 30, escaping tackles, and he will get out to the 35-yard line, and that's going to be a gain of 8 for Ryan Chapman, but Chapman is hurt. Chapman is down. Connor Peterson calling for the coaching staff, saying Ryan Chapman is down. So we will take a quick timeout while they attend to Ryan Chapman. Nope, he is up. He is up. We will not take a timeout. Might have just had the wind knocked out of him. He is tackled from behind. And, if you land on the ball, all that oxygen just kind of escapes your body. So Amy Richardson out there for Vermillion. The trainer does a great job. I want to thank her for her patience with me as I was getting my Tanager card over the last couple of weeks, or trying to. And so 5:12 to go and counting. Vermillion trails 28-0. Landon Cerny split left along with Doan and Nygren. Connor Peterson wide right. Duke Job in the backfield. Christopherson looking around, scrambling like Fran Tarkenton, trying to hit Connor Peterson, and that is intercepted at the 35-yard line. And that's going to be a personal foul for taunting on number 4, Shane Veenhoff. No place for that. I could see it from here across the field. The way Peterson was on the ground, Veenhoff was standing over him. Too much NFL sometimes in this day and age. You see him kind of drive his right knee into him. So that's going to cost Madison 15 yards. And rightfully so. So 4:53 to go. It'll be 1st and 10 for Madison, but it'll be back at their 20-yard line.
Number 4 in red, 15 yards, first down.
So that'll give Madison the ball at the 20-yard line with 4:53 to go. Unfortunately, that is the 4th interception on the night for Hayden Christopherson. 3 of 19, 21 yards, just not Hayden's night. Not this passing game's night, unfortunately. 66 yards in total offense for the Tanager offense. Defense looking to make a stop here. Again, like we said, at some point the game's out of hand. You just want to get a score. You want to have some respectability. And there's a penalty flag. Maybe a false start.
Yeah, I think it was that running back. Took a step or two.
False start. 44 in the out.
And they've done that a couple of times, so that's going to cost them 5 yards. Still first down, but 1st and 15 from the 15, so they need to get to the 30-yard line. So 4:52 to go. Still Hahn in the backfield. No, not Hahn in the backfield anymore. It is now Jade Wilkins with the direct snap. So Wilkins comes off.
Tackle was made by number 23, Caleb Lara.
So Wilkins is now in there at quarterback. He is bringing in the play from the sideline. Now 4:24 and counting to go here in the 4th quarter. So Vermillion will fall to 1-3. Madison moves to 3-1.
2nd and 14.
Vermillion's road doesn't get any much easier as they go to Millbank next. They take on Millbank at the Dome next week. Here's the snap again to Wilkins, and he takes it 5 yards ahead to the 20-yard line. So that's going to make it 3rd and 10 for Madison. So Cohen Hahn, the quarterback, is just a junior, so he'll be back next year. Looking at Jade Wilkins, he's a sophomore, quarterback, 5'10". So 3:36 to go, and it looks like Madison has replaced a number of their players. Again, Wilkins now at quarterback, Hahn on the sideline, Brooks on the sideline, Hodges on the sideline. So here's the snap to Wilkins, and he'll just take it like the old Wildcat. And he is met at the 21-yard line, and that will make it 4th and 8. So Raleigh French with another tackle. He'll be my player of the game. We'll try to get an interview with him, a Tanager Talk this week with Raleigh French, because he has been a tackling machine all season long. So back to receive the punt is Connor Peterson back at midfield. 2:53 and counting here from Brian Kern Family Stadium, home of Dakota State Trojans, which is where Wild Thing Katie Crossway attended so many years ago on a basketball scholarship. She is a legend in Sioux Falls, Washington basketball lore. And that's going to be a timeout by Madison. I wonder what they're going to think about here. So this timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. Murph's Appliance for all your appliance needs. 28-0 on the Masaba scoreboard. Tanager football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Candies Couture is your complete women's lingerie shop. Bras, underwear, PJs, loungewear, swimwear, sports bras, activewear, and much, much more. Small to 3 extra large and over 200 different sizes of bras. AA to O cup bands 28 to 56 in store. Candies Couture, 17 West Main Street.
Slumberland Furniture in Yankton, the place to shop for your next new mattress. Find brands like Stearns & Foster, Nectar, and the hottest selling mattress, Purple, measured for your comfort and a dream-laden night's sleep. There's the new Adapt by Tempur-Pedic as well. Slumberland Furniture has Flex Steel furniture too, comfy and classy. That's Slumberland Furniture, 2401 Broadway, Yankton.
Punt will land at about the 48-yard line of Madison and go out of bounds, and that is where Vermillion will take over. Punt of about 27 yards. So Vermillion brings out their offense. So Christofferson brings the Tanagers to the line. Landon Cerny split left. 3 receivers split right. I think it's Duke Job in the backfield. And Job will take the handoff straight ahead. And he will be met there for gain of 1. Gain of 1 for Vermillion. So 2nd and 9 for the Tanagers from the Madison 47-yard line.
Well, it's just shy of the 48-yard line at Madison, 47-yard line.
So less than 2 minutes remain on the Masaba scoreboard clock. 28-0 Vermillion trails, but they are on the Madison side of the field looking to get some points on the board. Landon Cerny split left. Here's the shotgun snap. Christofferson with a pass to Landon Cerny, and that, I was going to say, I know it's late in the game, but he was getting horse-collared. Pass interference, horse-collar, whatever you want to call, that one needed to be called because otherwise that would have been a catch for Landon Cerny. So we're going to have pass interference on Madison. That will give Vermillion the ball at the 32-yard line of Madison. So clock is stopped with a minute. Oh.
On the defense. 15 yards. First down.
And they did call it a horse collar tackle. So 15 yards either way, but a minute 36 to go. Ball on the 32-yard line of Madison. Vermillion hoping to maybe be able to cash in on this drive. So here's the snap to Christofferson. Looks over the middle. Looks right and wide open. And that is going to be a pass to number 29. That is Elijah Lara. I want to make sure I had the right one. Out at the 6-yard line. So now with a minute 26 to go, Vermillion knocking on the door. Again, just to not have a goose egg would be huge for a team.
Yeah, just a simple wheel route there. Little pick action from the other wide receivers gets the defender tripped up.
And that's Lara's first catch. You know, I know Coach O'Boyle talked about getting these Lara brothers back and how the weapons would be nice. And again, you can see that replay, our Pied Piper replay on the Vermillion stream on YouTube. So Christofferson breaks the huddle. He's back at the 12-yard line in the shotgun. And there's going to be a penalty flag.
Timeout.
Timeout taken by Vermillion. So we'll take a 30-second timeout as well. Brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. Murph's Appliance for all your appliance needs. 28-0 on the Masaba scoreboard. This is Vermillion Tanager football. Brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Todd's Electric, your full-service electrical contracting company. Todd's Electric services residential, commercial, agricultural, and industrial customers. From the simplest service call to the most complex design build project, Todd's Electric has the expertise to do it right. Call Todd's Electric for all your electrical needs. Todd's Electric helping you control all things electric. Except for lightning. Todd's Electric. Go Tanagers!
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager football on ESPN Radio and Vermillion streaming on YouTube. This is brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. That timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance. Vermillion, first and goal from the 6-yard line. 3 receivers left in Peterson, Cerny, and Doan. Christofferson rolls left. Here's a throw, and that is knocked away from Peterson. That is knocked away by Pedersen. So Caleb Pedersen knocks it away from Connor Peterson. So CP from CP stops the clock at a minute 21 to go with a 28-0 lead for Madison. Again, if you have a player of the game other than Raleigh French, or you can put down Raleigh French, please put that into the chat on YouTube. As it's a minute 21 to go, clock is stopped with the incompletion. Ryan Chapman back in there, good to see him in there, split wide right. Doan, Peterson, and Cerny wide left. Christofferson rolls left again. He'll keep it, and he is tripped up, and he'll be down to about the 4.5-yard line. 4.5, that's a good distance. That'll make it 3rd and goal from the 4.5. As that clock continues to run, a minute 3 to go. So 52 seconds. Christofferson breaks the huddle. So Peterson, Cerny left. Doan, Chapman right. Christofferson in the shotgun. Takes it. Looks. Scrambles. He can't find anything, and he's going to be sacked back at the 9-yard line with 32 seconds to go. Vermillion does have 1 timeout left, and they will take it.
Tackled by number 37, Gus.
So Vermillion will take the timeout with 32 seconds left. We'll take a quick 30-second timeout as well. Brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. Tanager football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. We'll be right back.
Wanting a specialist without leaving town? We've got you covered. Our clinic offers specialists for the health and wellness of your family. From pediatricians to OBGYNs, plus primary care. You can find it all at Vermillion Medical Clinic. So much care, so close to home.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanagers football. With 31.6 seconds left, we're in a Murph's Appliance timeout. 28-0. Vermillion trails Madison on the Masaba scoreboard. And this is Tanager football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. This will be the final play for Vermillion. It's 4th and 8, 31.6 seconds to go. If they get a touchdown, I guess, or a defensive penalty, but pretty much the game just trying to get on the board comes down to this play. Peterson and Chapman left. Cerny and Doan right. Christopherson takes the snap. Here's the throw to Cerny at the goal line. He's in. He's in. That's a touchdown for Landon Cerny. And you'll be able to see that replay on Vermillion Streaming, brought to you by Pied Piper of Vermillion, celebrating 1 year of business in the Vermillion community. Landon Cerny, he was not in when he caught that ball, though. He had to continue to drive to get in. And so that is a great play by the Vermillion Tanagers getting on the board. And so nice job, Landon Cerny. Raleigh French to kick the extra point, trying to make it 28-7. Christopherson with the hold. Here's the snap. Kick is up, and the kick is good. 21-7, Vermillion on the Masaba scoreboard. Vermillion is on the board, 28-7, trailing. They will kick off to Madison with 25.5 seconds remaining. We'll be back in 30 seconds. This is Vermillion football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
If you're looking for the perfect fit, Vermillion Vision Care Associates fits like the right pair of glasses. Vision Care Associates has its roots in family eye care, and the doctors are well known for being primary eye care providers. With the ability to treat and diagnose a variety of settings, Vermillion Vision Care Associates is the right fit for you. Plus, they can fit you into a new pair of glasses, sunglasses, or contacts that feel just right. With continuing education, see the best doctors at Vermillion Vision Care Associates.
Welcome back to Vermillion Tanager football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. That timeout brought to you by Murph's Appliance. Vermillion is on the board, 28-7 on the Masaba scoreboard, I should say. 25.5 seconds remaining, so they will fall to 1-3. We do know that, but Madison will move to 3-1. But it's a buoyancy to get that score. So 25.5 seconds to go. Raleigh French will kick off to Madison. And I fully expect Madison maybe just to run it or to kneel on it after that first play and just kind of end the game. So French gets ready to kick off. Here's the kick, and that will land at the 40-yard line, and they will just fall on it. 25.3 seconds. Madison will take over. They'll either just run the ball or kneel on it. Either way, this game will be ending here. And after that, we will have our First Dakota National Bank post-game show, brought to you by you-know-who, First Dakota National Bank. We'll have stats. We'll have a look around the state as we will bring you our coverage. I'm not sure if Coach O'Boyle will come up after this game. If he doesn't, I don't blame him. If he does, we will talk to him, and that will also be our breakfast with the coaches. And just a reminder here on ESPN Radio, starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow, we will have breakfast with the coaches, featuring both Yankton and Vermillion coaches. So Wilkins in the shotgun. No, it's Cohen Hahn, and here's the snap and the kneel down, and that will do it. As Vermillion has no timeouts if they wanted to take a timeout. So that will end it as Vermillion will fall 28-7. We'll be back with our post-game show after these messages on ESPN Radio, 101.5 FM, 1570 AM, KVTK, Vermillion and Yankton. The final second has just ticked off. We'll be back after this. This is Vermillion Tanager football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Whether you're in the market to purchase a new home for your family, you want to sell your existing home, or you're a student looking to rent an apartment, Dakota Realty and Property Management can fit your needs. Being locally owned and with over 150 years of combined experience, they are the experts at helping you find your new home. Go to Dakota Realty and Property Management because they like what they do. Dakota Realty is a proud supporter of Vermillion Athletics. Dakota Realty and Property Management, located at 125 East Cherry Street, Vermillion.
Remember the Perks card from Pump and Pack? Well, guess what? There's an addition, not just a card, it's an app. The Pump and Perks app and the Pump and Perks card from Pump and Pack, Vermillion. Just go to their Facebook page, Pump and Pack, and scan the QR code and you're in. Or go to the store, Pump and Pack, and get the card. Then download the app. Each one does the same thing. Like give you 5 cents off per gallon every day, except for Sunday, it's doubled with the Perks card from Pump and Pack, Vermillion.
At Knutson Family Dentistry in Vermillion, they strive to provide the highest quality patient-centered dental care in a friendly, relaxing atmosphere. Knutson Family Dentistry works hard to provide the best cosmetic, general, and emergency dental treatment in the area. With over 50 years of combined dental experience, the latest dental technology, and a professional and compassionate staff, they're your top choice for dental care. Call for an appointment at 605-857-8008. Knutson Family Dentistry of Vermillion.
Nice.
Maytag appreciates a compliment, but this Maytag washer isn't just eye candy.
Wow.
Inside, it's got the capacity and power to handle even the mightiest loads.
I love this.
Yeah, she's a beaut.
It's a he.
How do you know?
Don't worry about it.
Find Maytag products and the industry's best appliances at your local dealer. Murph's Appliance, downtown Vermillion.
In a situation like this, the first thing you do, of course, is make sure everybody's okay. And then you're thinking, you better call your insurance person. No, just call Justin. At Vermillion Auto Works, you see Justin handles all the insurance claims and gives free quotes. Not everybody does the free quote thing anymore, you know. So call Justin at Vermillion Auto Works. He'll take care of the situation. Carrying WeatherTech, Rough Country, and Tuxedo. Vermillion Auto Works.
Being safe means you're sort of protecting yourself. My mom and dad told me how to be safe. It's like super duper important. Hold a grown-up's hands. Put a helmet on because you might hurt your head super duper bad.
Protect their future by protecting yours with your local State Farm agent, Dick Sunday.
And now, the post-game show brought to you by Dairy Queen Vermillion. Once again, the voice of the Tanagers, Michael Schumacher.
Welcome back to our First Dakota National Bank post-game show. I'm Michael Schumacher alongside Jen Ashley and Gage Ravalette, where the Vermillion Tanagers have fallen 28-7 on the Masaba scoreboard. They will come back to the Dakota Dome. They will play Millbank next week for homecoming. We'll be there for that, and we'll be part of that parade as well. We'll talk more about the game a little bit tomorrow morning on Breakfast with the Coaches. I'm not sure if Coach O'Boyle will come up, but let's go through the stats. Rushing. Madison, 36 rushes for 181 yards. Vermillion, 19 for 43. Passing. Madison was 18 of 24 with 2 interceptions, but they had 143 yards. Vermillion was 5 of 22 with 4 interceptions for 56 yards, so just not their evening when it came to passing. Total offense, 60 plays for 324 yards from Madison. That's about almost 5 1/4, 5.4 yards per carry or per play. Vermillion 41 for 99. That's about 2.5 yards per play. For others, 4 interceptions with 22 return yards, 2 for interceptions with no returns for Vermillion, and no fumbles lost. Penalties, 14 for 135 for Madison. That's one of the things that kept this maybe from being a wider margin was some of those penalties on Madison. 8 for 48 for Vermillion. Some of those came at inopportune times, but not killers, not earth-shattering. Still not quite sure how they're doing the time of possession because they have a total of 52. They have a total of 52 minutes. And Coach Boyle is coming up, so we'll talk to him. Not sure if he'll talk to the other guys first, but I'm not sure about that time of possession. And then sacks. 3 sacks for 23 yards by Madison, 1 for 5 from Vermillion. So we will be talking with Coach O'Boyle here in just a second. And again, the story of the night in 11A is Sioux Falls Christian beating Canton by a score of 49-7. It was running clock in the second half for Sioux Falls Christian as they defeat Canton 49-7. We do have Coach O'Boyle with us here, and he is getting his headset on.
Got it.
Right. Coach, just one of those nights.
You know, our kids are awful quiet tonight when they got off the bus and quiet warming up, and for whatever reason we didn't execute early on 4th down, dropped a couple first down passes, first 2 possessions, and played behind the 8 ball.
And most of that first half kind of spent on your guys' side of the field, and that's tough for a defense to have to keep coming up big in a few big plays. I mean, they do have some playmakers on that Madison team. Ben Brooks, you would not expect it looking at him, 6'7", but he's shifty, has some speed, and Jordan Peterson and Hodges, both quality backs as well. Just one of those tough losses. As a coach, what's your next step then?
Well, obviously we have to take a look at what the film says and do some correcting and have some opportunity to move the football and act like you practice. I'm not sure what the stats say right now, but I'll tell you what, we couldn't have had many more than maybe 4, 5, 6 first downs and just left the defense out to dry, and we didn't tackle well defensively. We got let some things happen behind us, but those things happen when you play all night. We didn't run great routes, and we didn't throw the ball very well tonight. So it was just a culmination of pretty much everything you work on at practice offensively that did not transition to the game tonight. I'm at a loss.
Yep, and so it's just one of those games. You still have a game next week, so you turn the page. You focus on Millbank. You focus on the team ahead of you. You have homecoming coming up. Millbank coming off a 42-7 loss tonight to Del Rapids, so they'll be coming into the Dome. You guys will have homecoming with all the festivities and emotions that go with that, but also potential distractions. How do you keep the guys' heads in the game during homecoming week?
Our kids do a pretty good job. They understand when they can practice. It's business time, and kids are going to have fun the homecoming week. We get it. We don't love the things that go on because of the distractions you mentioned, but we certainly have to get back to work and understand that we're going to be challenged again Friday night, and if Millbank took one on the chin like we did tonight, so it'll be a pretty even, 2 teams trying to right the ship. So, obviously I need to do a better job and have a team ready to play and have a plan that we can execute.
Well, and just looking at tonight, one player's name that keeps coming up for Vermillion defensively is Raleigh French. I mean, he just manages to find the ball and find the ball carrier.
Raleigh French, there's a reason he was first-team All-State inside linebacker last year as a junior, and you see that time and time again on snap. And, we told the team earlier this year, Raleigh won't be blocked. It's not that the teams don't scheme to block him. It's not that people don't have a system to get to the middle linebacker. But Raleigh's just one of those young men that plays the game great and gets downhill and means business and is a good tackler. His wrestling background certainly benefits him there. But he's a kid that makes a lot of plays because he refuses to get blocked, and he's all in every snap.
And it seemed like Bryce Voss, coming off an injury, was able to make a few plays out there as well. And the Lara boys, you had mentioned them specifically this morning about getting some of those playmakers back. Next week they'll have another week under their belt, and they'll have this game. So even expecting more improvement from them.
Yeah, I think as they get a little more in sync, get their legs under them, that we'll do some things better. But if we don't show up offensively, and you Gary and Louie can scheme all they want, and if you got to play all night and you just get tired and beat up, it's just our offense that I'm responsible for has to show up, and maybe we thought we were a little bit better than what we really were. From last night or last week, putting up some yards and putting up some touchdowns, because boy, we were a shell of that tonight.
Well, Coach, I appreciate you coming up for the post-game show. Really do appreciate it. Look forward to talking to you next week. Hopefully our Padres and Twins do their thing this week. At least we are spirits that way.
All right, good man. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
You have
Thanks,
a great
Jim.
night and have a safe trip home. That's Coach Tom O'Boyle with us here on our First Dakota National Bank post-game show. We'll take a quick break, and we'll come back with a look around the state, and we'll wrap things up from Brian Kern Family Stadium in Madison, South Dakota. This is Tanager Football, brought to you by First Dakota National Bank.
Interior Technicians.
Jerry, baby, I got a great idea for your next commercial. You're in a jungle with a dinosaur, looking for an outlet for your vacuum.
Dinosaur? No, I said Intech has over 30 years of commercial cleaning. Like office buildings, ensuring happy visitors and a healthy workforce.
Commercial buildings? I think I can work with that, Jerry. I'm gonna make you a star.
Oh my goodness. When you need it clean, call the Intech team.
Hey kids, it's never too early to start planning for your future. Did you know Masaba provides scholarships and tuition assistance? They are committed to your success, offering engineering, drafting, and welding opportunities, plus scholarships, job shadowing, and mentorship programs. Learn more at masabainc.com/careers. When I grow up, I want to work at Masaba.
Masaba Manufacturing. Unlock your future and rock with us.
Game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in South Dakota. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the SDHSAA.
Welcome back one final time to Brian Kern Family Stadium. I'm Michael Schumacher alongside Gage Ravelette and Jen Ashley, where the Vermillion Tanagers fall 28-7 to Madison on their homecoming. Well, let's take a look around the state. In Class 11A, Dakota Valley defeats Tri-Valley 21-14. Dakota Valley ranked 4th in the most recent Prep Media poll. Tri-Valley was receiving votes. Del Rapids takes Millbank 42-7. We will face Millbank next week in the Dakota Dome for Vermillion's homecoming. So we'll two teams coming off some losses that might be licking some wounds. Lennox defeats West Central 40-28. Madison again over Vermillion. Hot Springs defeats Lakota Tech 68-16. In a shocker, maybe not by who won, but by the margin of victory, Sioux Falls Christian over Canton 49-7. Rapid City Christian 46-6 over Chamberlain, and Lead Deadwood over Belle Fourche 15-6. Let's take a look at 11 AAA. Okay. Sorry, I just saw the Harrisburg-Yankton score. It was 21-14, and I was like, Yankton is hanging with them. Final score 49-14 in favor of Harrisburg. Sioux Falls Washington 35-7 over Stevens. O'Gorman 26-7 over Central with 8 minutes to go in the third. Sioux Falls Jefferson is trailing Sioux Falls Lincoln 21-10 with 8 minutes to go in the third. And again in AAA football tomorrow, Sioux Falls Roosevelt versus Brandon Valley. Tonight in AA, T area over Douglas 58-3. Watertown over Mitchell 47-14. And who called Aberdeen Central over Brookings? Or over Spearfish? Who has 2 thumbs and called that game? This guy. Aberdeen Central 14. Spearfish 6. And then Brookings. The evil Empire loses 2 in a row. Brookings takes down Pierre 13-0. Will Pierre fall out of the rankings? Who knows? They'll fall out of mine, that's for sure. Oh, wait, they weren't in them. Because I see them for the facade and the fraud that they are. I hope people know I'm just joking. I don't really know that much about football. Sturgis Brown 14-6 over Huron with 7 minutes to go in the third. In 11B, Sioux Valley over Sisseton 56-12. EPJ over Baltic 46-14. Other games of note: Winter over Woonsocket, Wessington Springs, Sanborn Central, 30-18. A score like that, Gage, do you think that shows that WWSSC is for real, that they may be one of those top 4 or 5 teams, staying within 2 scores of Winter?
I personally don't think so. We'll have to see how it comes to playoffs. Maybe Winter is just really good.
And I'm going to say this, and this is not meant to offend anybody from Winter, but it feels like Winter's a really good regular season team. It feels like they've been coming up short the last couple of years in either that championship game, semifinals, or quarterfinals. So we'll see. We'll see. Now, that was at Winter, and that can make a little bit of a difference as well when it's on your home court. But, it should be interesting. Clark Willow Lake over Parker, 36-0. And Bridgewater Emery Ethan, 20-6 over Wagner. And McCook Central Montrose, 20-13 over Flandreau. In 9AA, the Leola Frederick area defeats Fulton area, 42-20. So it looks like Leola Frederick area might be for real.
They should be able to get some votes this next week.
I would hope so. At the very least, they start receiving votes. Burke, 38-22 over Scotland Menno. Hamlin, 64-8 over Florence Henry. Jones County, 36-34 over New Underwood. Close matchup there. Don't know if it's 2 good teams or 2 bad teams or just 2 evenly matched teams.
I would say 2 bad teams, but what do I know?
Freeman Marion Freeman Academy, 42-0 over Alcester Hudson. Now that does surprise me. Alcester Hudson is a really good team with some really good players. And so I was shocked by that score. Gregory over Stanley County, 44-16. Kimball White Lake, 26-0 over Bon Home. Elkton Lake Benton, 61-8 over Great Plains Lutheran. Hill City over Faith, 53-0. And Lyman over Bennett County, 50-0. Gayville Vollen, 56-20 over Irene Wakanda. Chester area, 33-14 over Dubrook area. Sully Buttes, 50-0 over Potter County with 1 minute to go. Esteline Hendricks over Waverly South Shore, 22-12 with 3 minutes to go. And with 1 minute to go in the fourth, Centerville has the ball. Del Rapids St. Mary leads Centerville 46-38. 46-38 in that matchup as Del Rapids St. Mary is taking on Centerville. Just seeing if I'm able to pull anything up, and they're not showing me anything. Do you have score feed up there, Gage?
Yeah, I do.
I'm just going to keep this up.
All right.
Some scores after that. I know you were kind of following me there.
Yep, to round off 9A, Castlewood beats Wilmot 52-0. Freeman Marion Freeman Academy beats receiving votes Alcester Hudson. We already went over that. North Central is beating Northwestern 40-14 at the end of the third. Number 4, Wolsey Wessington is beating Platte Geddes 36-14, a little under halfway through the fourth quarter. Number 1, Howard puts the screws to number 5, Canastota, 32-0. Number 5, Hardin County Bison handled Lemon McIntosh, 46-14. On to 9B. Phillip is beating receiving votes Kadoka area, 38-12. 6 minutes left in the third. Number 1, Avon beat Colombe, 72-6. Coleman Egan beat Sioux Falls Lutheran 6D to 6. Gayville Vollen beat Irene Wakanda 56-20. Timberlake over Harriet Selby area 38-14. Number 3 Sully Buttes 50-0 over Potter County with under a minute left in the fourth. I'm assuming that game's already over. Number 2 Del Rapids St. Mary has the lead over Centerville with a minute left, as Michael might have an update.
Centerville has the ball on the Del Rapids St. Mary's side of the ball at the 48. They just took the snap. Here's the throw, deep throw, and that's complete. Complete to the 24-yard line of Del Rapids St. Mary. So with a minute 3 to go, Centerville at Del Rapids St. Mary's 23-yard line.
So Centerville's knocking on the door to force overtime. Burke over Scotland Menno, 38-22. Castlewood over Wilmot, 52-0.
We'll try.
Sunshine Bible Academy over Lake Preston, 6-0. And Oldman Romo Rutland over Arlington, 30-24.
Right, and Centerville's rolling out to the right, throwing across the body. Complete over the middle, down to the 10. He's down to the 5, and he is out of bounds. He's out of bounds at the 6-yard line with 53 seconds to go. Del Rapids St. Mary leads Centerville by 8, so they need the touchdown and the 2-point conversion. So, you guys don't need to hear me calling that, but definitely find it. It's on Big Sioux Media on YouTube. Big Sioux Media on YouTube. We're going to call it from here, though, as this has been Vermillion Tanager Football brought to you by First Dakota National Bank. Our scoreboard sponsor is Masaba. Our halftime sponsor, Fast Auto Glass, and timeout sponsors brought to you by Murph's Appliance on Main Street in Vermillion. For Gage Ravelette and Jen Ashley, I'm Michael Schumacher. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back with more next week. Vermillion plays Yankton in volleyball on Thursday. We'll have that action, and then we'll be bringing you action from the Dome on Friday as they take on Millbank.
This has been a presentation of Vermillion Tanagers Football on ESPN 101.5, AM 1570, and Vermillion Streaming. Thanks for tuning in and joining us for all Vermillion Tanagers football games. And thank you to our sponsors, including
State Farm Insurance Agent Dick Sunday, Vermillion Auto Works, Murph's Appliance, Knudsen Family Dentistry, Intech, Pump and Pack, Dakota Realty, Masaba, First Dakota National Bank, Vermillion Vision Care, Todd's Electric, Larry's Heating and Cooling, Vermillion Medical Clinic, Slumberland, Candy's Couture, Clay County Abstract and Title Company, Blaine's Body Shop, Kalen's Indoor Comfort, JFI, Pizza Ranch, Fuller Digital Solutions, Yankton Thrive, Runnings, Thermobond, The Lumberyard, Dairy Queen Vermillion, Midwest Ready Mix, Clark's Rentals, and Dave's Roofing.
This has been a presentation of 5 Star Communications Incorporated.